Jobs and Growth Act 2012.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie for the 10 minutes that will follow on the 8 minutes that I have. I started off yesterday saying that this bill was completely undemocratic. More than 400 pages were being muzzled. We won't even have an opportunity to discuss it. It's all fine and well to say that we'll be studying it in committee. However, we won't be authorized to put forth any amendments or to have them adopted. Now, we're supposed to be here to be debating ideas that reflect the values and ideas of the Canadian people and what they want. However, this isn't the case, and I'm very disappointed. This bill is called the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. And it's quite misleading, in fact, as a title, because it doesn't include concrete measures that will create 1.4 million jobs as required in this country. As we know, the budget has led to a loss of 40,000 jobs. So instead of creating jobs, the government is killing them off. $500 million could have been, or is missing. In fact, it's a shortfall in terms of research and development. We haven't heard what will be done in this case. This is something that could stimulate the economy. But, Mr. Speaker, this week, in fact, we've talked about the importance of innovation in technology, informatics, etc. But if we don't invest and if we don't make up for this $500 million shortfall in research in development, I really have trouble seeing how we're going to be ensuring that the economy grows. Now, there is a $1,000 tax credit that will help create jobs in small and medium-sized businesses. It's a measure that we support. However, I would have liked to have seen this credit be extended. $1,000 today is fine and well. However, if someone is thinking of hiring down the road a year from now or 2 years from now, they'd like to know that the hiring credit will still be there. Mr. Speaker, what is absolutely essential in terms of economic growth is ensuring that there is investment in the environment. We need to ensure that we have a green economy and that we invest in that green economy. With all of the restrictions, with all of the changes to legislation, the gutting of environmental protection, I really don't see how in 20 years we're going to have economic growth with fewer resources, because we need to protect the environment. Our natural resources provide us with a great deal of wealth in this country. Bill C-45 is destroying the Navigable Waterways Act. Thousands of waterways will no longer be protected, Mr. Speaker. This is a huge change. The Environmental Committee will be looking at the issue, and the committee won't even be allowed to propose amendments, and that is shameful, Mr. Speaker. There's also the elimination of the notion of protecting water. It'll be turned into protecting navigation. So there's a huge difference between those two notions. The number of environmental assessments under the Environmental Protection Act will be reduced. There is one environmental measure. However, it's a very small amount. It's a tax credit for certain types of green energy equipment. Now, that's a good measure. I congratulate the government on that. However, $35 million is peanuts. It's not a real initiative on the part of the government. It doesn't show they want to invest in the green economy that will create jobs. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, how important these studies are, so this is another missed opportunity. The council responsible for controlling dangerous goods is being eliminated, and the minister is getting more power. under C-38, which unfortunately was adopted and was equally as undemocratic as this bill, we saw that a number of organizations and groups and boards were eliminated and power was placed in the hands of the minister. It's important to have these people who are specialists, experts on these boards. Now, if no one wants to listen to them, what's the point? I think this shows, in fact, some ignorance. If for the minister to say, well, I know everything, I don't need the advice of these kind of experts, I don't need that because I know everything, I understand everything. It's inappropriate to say that that person, the minister, could understand everything because we have a very large country. It's important to look at what the people broadly want. For young workers, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that is very important to me because before I went into politics, I was an officer and I represented young people looking for jobs, etc. And recently I've spoken to young people, young workers, and they're afraid because what they see is imbalanced pension plans being put in place. So young people will enter the workforce, but they will have a lesser pension than someone who's been there longer. So we're creating, in fact, it's going to be a wedge between the employees and create a two-tier system. We know that young people are already starting with huge amounts of student debt. They're having trouble finding jobs. The unemployment rate among young people is very high. And now they're being told that when they enter the workforce, the pension plans that they had before aren't there anymore. They're going to be changed. And unfortunately, you entered the workforce too late. So that will create a wedge in the workforce, and that's not a positive step for our young people. Mr. Speaker, in all of this without real debate, adequate debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against this bill. There are some measures that I support, but because they've all been lumped together, I can't vote in favor of it because the bill is undemocratic. I'd like to invite the government, each time they are keen to say, oh, the member didn't vote in favor of it. Well, I'd like the government to realize that I'm proud to be opposing these undemocratic measures. We will always proudly support accountability and transparency in the NDP. We will always defend environmental protection, health care, and retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with much, I guess, humor, I listened to the member's statement about the government being ignorant, the minister not understanding certain things that they have to say about this bill. But you know what? I mean, it's absolutely astounding that this member can stand up from this party, can stand up and complain about not having enough time to study the bill, when in fact the budget information has been out for several months now. But here's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Since I've been in this House, and this is my 20th year in this House, the NDP has never voted in favor of a government bill. And, Mr. Speaker, they've always gave indication, fair warning, even before the bill was read in this House, that they would be voting against the government budget bills. Now, how she can stand up and say she doesn't have enough time when we already know they've already said they're voting against this bill before it was even presented.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member opposite knows that we voted in favor of budget bills in a minority context. He could remember that. However, the lack of time or short amount of time on the budget is something I'd like to comment on. Yes, we did receive the documents ahead of time, and we read through it. But the budget in March had so many sentences, so many details. They talked about things like accelerating a certain process, and it was one sentence in the budget that's turned into 400 pages here. So one sentence in a budget doesn't provide a lot of information. Yes, the information is in the bill here, but it's more than 400 pages. I think it's shameful to think that that kind of approach is acceptable.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a short comment. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George said that the bill has been out for months. But he's been here for a long time, as he said. I don't know what he did over those 20 years, but he doesn't realize that the bill just came out last week, not months ago. It's just a few days that we've had it. And once again, we're talking about this budget, but under time allocation. The Conservatives could have stood up and said what a great bill it is, that we should support it, but if this bill is so good, so wonderful, and we should vote in favor of it, then why don't the Conservatives want to talk about it? Why don't they want to promote debate on the bill? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Well, that's an excellent point. If they're so proud of this budget bill, if they're so proud of these omnibus bills with more than 400 pages, and in fact that reminds me, over the past 20 years, the member is probably seeing the biggest omnibus bill here in his 20 years, but so he would understand, in fact, just how unacceptable it is to have bills that are this big. But if they're so proud of it, then why can't we debate it? Why can't we put forth amendments in the bill? Why not allow the people of Canada, Quebec, examine these measures, listen to experts and university professors on these important issues? Why? No, because they just want to ram it through. There are so many things. We'll have to focus in on some of the, or they're focusing in fact, on the ones they want to put forth in the media. But there's simply too much information here, too many measures. If they were so proud of these measures, then I think they'd want to discuss them at length.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to rise to speak to what we call Bill C-45 and what the government has decided once again to muzzle us on. This is what, the 33rd time? Initially, we'd stand up and we were so surprised to see that our debate has been shut down on this issue, on these issues, but democracy really isn't the government's strong point. But let's get back to the budget. In March 2012, the Economic Action Plan came out. We saw it on TV, all those announcements, as you know, Mr. Speaker. They even exceeded their budget, their advertising budget, to put some money into something from last March, when that money, in fact, could have been used to help people in need, families, etc. There's a family in my riding, for example, in Brossard-la-Prairie, that still needs to use the food bank, even though the parents are employed. But, so let's look at the process. The budget was tabled in March 2012, and we got a big binder like this at the Finance Committee so that we could study the impact of the Budget Implementation Act, the first iteration of it. It was an omnibus bill that affected a number of acts. We got this at the Finance Committee. Now, they're nice. They decided to give part of it to the Environment Committee, so we only had part of it, but it was a small bit that they shaved off for the Environment Committee, and there's a blatant lack of transparency here. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer has threatened the government with legal action because the government isn't providing all of the information on the financial consequences of their own initiatives.
Last week, Bill C-45, with its 450 pages, amending 40 different acts. Now, recognizing that Canadians and the opposition aren't really too keen on omnibus bills, the government agreed to split the bill up for study at committee, but of course afterwards it'll all come to a single vote in the House, and there'll be no opportunity for amendment. So the government gets it that people don't like omnibus bills, so they agreed to divvy it up for committee study, but the sheer scope of this bill is incredible, and the fact that so much of it is unrelated to the budget. So the Conservatives really are specialists in omnibus bills.
Economy is doing. I know my colleagues across know that we are in a fragile economy. The IMF, OCDE, and last week the Conference Board even said that an austerity budget will not help in terms of a difficult time. And right now we are having difficult times, and the government is not listening to what economists are saying. Since the Conservatives took power, the gap between the rich and the poor has increased. Right now, it's increased more rapidly here in Canada than it even does in the U.S. So that's a problem. And the government, the Conservative government, is not taking that issue seriously. We also have household debts. Household debts have come to a record high now since the government has taken power. That is a problem. And what does the government do? Nothing. One of the reasons why we're getting there is because of the government's action. And one of the problems we have is that the government is not listening. It's not listening to what Canadians have to say and how Canadians are living now. So that's another huge problem. My colleague de Terrebonne-Blainville
My colleague from Terrebonne-Blainville also mentioned young people. The unemployment rate among youth is twice the average. That's a problem. What's the government doing? Nothing, once again. What we're asking for in order to address all of these problems is to think of the future, think of the green economy, green energy. Maybe they did provide $300 million in tax credits for the green economy. That's a starting point, but it's really not much when you look at the size of this budget. One of the problems we've seen with the cuts to corporate tax rates is that
is called dead money by the governor of the bank. Even Minister of Finance has realized that that money is not being reinvested in the economy. So right now, what's the solution? Well, telling the companies to reinvest that money. Just telling them doesn't work. I think we need to take action, and we saw that the action that was taken by this government do not work. Par rapport à C45.
With respect to C45, we heard the finance minister stand up, and with all due respect, I have to say, there was, let's say, a lot of disrespect for members of parliament in general. He said we should have read his budget. We didn't do our homework, but we read it a long time ago. We read it back in March. We took notes, and he says everything that's in C45 is right here in the budget. We had a briefing session with senior officials on Monday just to go through the bill, through C45, and when I asked the senior officials and even the parliamentary secretary to the finance minister where in the budget was all the stuff about navigable waters, because as the government said, and even the transport department said, that the Navigable Waters Act was to protect the environment. So I'll read page 282, Transport Portfolio. This is in the budget speech. There's no mention of the environment there. There's no mention of navigable waters. There's one line that says Transport Canada 2012-2013, 37 million. According to the finance minister, we should have understood when we read that had to do specifically with navigable waters, lakes and rivers in Canada, environmental protection, in a little line item of $37 million. And by the way, $37 million is the cut in funding to Transport Canada. So you figure it out. When the finance minister says we didn't do our homework, I think it's very hard to do your homework when he himself is hiding what's going on. And that's why we're now faced with a bill that contains things that weren't in the budget, and that's why we have to ask questions. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said so, the Auditor General said so. The government is not transparent. It is obscure. It is the most obscure government we've ever seen in Canadian history. This is a government that has shown disdain for parliamentary procedure, and so it's very sad to see basically the government on purpose is attacking democracy. They're keeping parliamentarians in the dark. They're trying to circumvent the House. And I think on the other side, they don't have the answers. They're just making stuff up. When we ask how much something's going to cost, they say, we haven't really studied that. We'll find out as we go along. That's what's upsetting. That's what's worrisome. The members opposite have to understand this. When the economy is in a fragile state, we need clear information, and we're not getting that from the other side. The same thing happened last time round when they came up with an omnibus bill. My constituents, basically the public didn't like it, and constituents came to see me to discuss the bill. I had Le Partage, Mouvement, Action Chômage, the retired people and the Humane Society, among others. They came to meet with me and to find out what the impact of the bill was going to be, the omnibus bill. So we hope that this time the government will listen to what the opposition has to say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Brossard-la-Prairie for his excellent speech and analysis. I'd like to ask him that in a democracy, when you table a bill, normally you take time to consult, and especially with experts. But with C-45, the Conservatives have foreshortened the time available for that type of consulting. And I'm just wondering, what kind of message is the government sending Canadians by once again resorting to time allocation for the 30th odd time and preventing real debate? The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague from Verchères-les-Patriotes for her question, and also for raising the fact that we really have a problem with democracy here. This government is intentionally hiding information from us. It's very hard for us to get any information. How are we supposed to make decisions when we don't know the impact, the potential impact of those decisions? Do we know if the consequences will be good or bad? We don't know. It's not because we don't want to know. It's not because we're not doing our job. It's because we're not getting the information from the government, the information we need when we ask questions to senior officials and the government. They don't even know themselves. So we're asking for consultation, for discussion. There are some good things in this budget, I'll admit that. When it comes to transfer pricing, that's fine. It's a start. But we need debate. We need exchange of information. For example, the Indian Act is amended in this bill. The First Nations weren't even consulted. This just came from the government unilaterally. It was imposed on them without any discussion whatsoever with the affected parties. So that's why we have to do that now. But once again, unfortunately, the government's not listening to us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the honourable member that the budget was first introduced on the 29th of March of this year, some roughly 6 months ago. We're already halfway through the year. Plenty of time for a read of the budget. I've heard repeatedly from this speaker, but from other members of the opposition, particularly the NDP party, about the length of the bill. There are many high school and university students across this country, Mr. Speaker, that have textbooks that are longer than this bill is. The opposition, like all of us in this House, members have had more than 6 months to study the bill. So my question is this, Mr. Speaker. Rather than use the time allotted for each member to speak about the budget, rather than what the opposition is doing by continually referring to the fact that there isn't enough debate, let me remind the Speaker that their leader just 2 days ago spent 45 minutes in this House speaking about the budget. In addition, Mr. Speaker, and I will close with this, the minister from Burnaby, the honourable member from Burnaby Westminster, spoke for 13 hours on this budget. I mean, who are they kidding? Canadians from across the country have had enough of this nonsense. We need to get the work done.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie.
I don't think my colleague was listening to the discussion I had. Well, if he heard the conversation or what I was saying, budget 2012 we saw on the ads on TV, and we paid a lot for it. It was submitted in March 2012. I repeat, there's a line that says Transport Canada, $37 million. And from that, we're supposed to understand that the Navigable Water Act will be amended, and that it will have an effect on all the lakes, all the rivers in Canada. How are we supposed to learn from that? And now we can actually see how the government is improvising on that front, changing websites, taking environment out of what the idea was to protect the environment. And now even it shows the government has not done its homework. And I don't understand, and that's only one example, Mr. Speaker. That's only one example. There are tons of examples of things that were not in the budget, or maybe there was reference to it, but there was no explanation. And it's only last week that we got the bill. Last week we had Bill C-45. I studied law, so I know, I know how to read a lot of legislation, but this is overdoing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate, I just want to inform all honourable members that we have passed the 5-hour of debate point, and as such, all speeches from this point on will be 10 minutes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I guess I'm just not lucky. There's a lot to talk about in this budget, but I'll have to say it all now in 10 minutes rather than in 20. My colleague from Vanier suggests that this is bad news for me, but good news for him. And I always appreciate his thoughtful commentary on such matters. I do want to start, Mr. Speaker, just by picking up on the point that my honourable colleague was making just a moment ago in his response to a question. I have to say that I do disagree with him somewhat. He complains that the budget bill is very large. As he was doing so, he was waving a copy of the budget itself, which is also very large, and it is reasonable to expect that a meaty budget will produce a meaty and detailed piece of legislation. I think sometimes there's a tendency, perhaps in the expectation that Canadians won't actually be reading the Budget Implementation Act. I suspect that few of my constituents sit down and read most legislation cover to cover, that they'll take on faith that a very large bill is somehow inappropriate. I just want to point out that the nature of the many small, detailed adjustments that are being made to government spending require a certain amount of space. And to make this point, I've just opened the budget bill, Bill C-45, to page 228, which deals with pay for judges under the Judges Act. And this is dealing with the salaries for every federally appointed and paid judge in the country, starting with the Chief Justice of Canada. and it includes a series of amendments to the Judges Act because these salaries are legislated. You understand, of course, why we would not want to have judges' salaries be discretionary in order to preserve the independence of the judiciary. And I'll just read a bit of it to give a sense of why there is so much volume in this Act. Section 210 of the Act, by the way. Sections 9 to 22 of the Judges Act are replaced by the following. 9. The yearly salaries of the judges of the Supreme Court of Canada are as follows. A, the Chief Justice of Canada, $370,300, and B, the 8 puisne judges, that's what we call associate justices here, $342,800 each. The numbers, by the way, what's changed from the current Judges Act is the actual numbers are changed. There's salary increases from the current level. Then it goes on, Section 10, the yearly salaries of the judges of the federal court are as follows. A, the Chief Justice of the Federal Court of Appeal, $315,900. B, the other judges of the Federal Court of Appeal, $288,100 each. C, the Chief Justice of the Federal Court, $315,900. That's the Federal Court, not the Federal Court of Appeal. D, the other judges of the Federal Court, $288,100 each. 11, the yearly salaries of the judges of the Tax Court of Canada are as follows. A, the Chief Justice, $315,900. B, the Associate Chief Justice, $315,900. C, the other judges, $288,000 each. And then it goes on for every single provincial court, starting with Ontario, then Quebec, then Nova Scotia, and on and on and on, right down to finally getting to the Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories, appears to be the very last one, several pages on. There's no way of doing this because they all have different salary levels currently, and we want to have them go up proportionately. There's no other way of doing it than by laying the text out in this manner, and it takes a certain amount of space. This is typical of the kind of content we find in this Budget Implementation Act. Detailed, thoughtful, methodical, and by necessity taking up space. But this is not, as some of the members of the opposition have suggested, the budget version of Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time. This is actually a very reasonable, methodical, practical way of dealing with the very complex business of managing a country's, the national government's expenditures. The main theme of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is bringing practical restraint after years of expanding government budgets. And of course, these were expansions in the government's budget that took place in the wake of the financial meltdown of 2008. At that time, the argument was made very forcefully by the opposition, you must spend more money on stimulus. Indeed, in early 2009, we were told you must spend more money on stimulus and go into deficit, since there was no way of spending more money when revenues were at the levels they were then at. You must do that as a condition of us not defeating you and replacing you as the government without an intervening election. That was the deal. And while the budgets passed by this government in its minority period were not supported by the opposition, their opposition at the time was based on you're not spending enough. So we should be clear about that. Now we are downsizing, or if you wish, resizing from that expenditure. If you believe in Keynesianism, I must tell you I am not a Keynesian. I do not think that that is the appropriate way of dealing with financial downturn. But if you do believe it, as the opposition believes it, and indeed as many colleagues on this side believe as well, then this is the thing you do when your economy is not contracting but expanding. Read Keynes. You cut spending. You do not increase taxes. You try to build up the financial war chest you may need to use in some future financial crisis. It's at times of financial crisis when the economy is contracting, you engage in stimulus spending. This is part of that cycle. And as I say, I'm not a Keynesian myself, but I do believe in the part about trying to keep government spending reasonable, under control. And I also believe in the general approach the government has adopted, which is of making small adjustments here and there across that vast scale of government expenditure, rather than simply making radical, dramatic cuts. That approach has been tried. Indeed, it was tried by the Chrétien government and by Paul Martin when he was finance minister back in the mid-1990s. I remember very well, I was a staffer on Parliament at the time, the budget of 1995. Canada had a very substantial deficit at the time. We were heading into a situation where we potentially could face a lender's strike. Their response was to cut spending, which I applaud. The way they did it was one which folks in I guess, the ancestors to the current governing party, the old Reform Party and the PCs, did not approve of, and that was to cut transfers to the provinces radically, leave all federal spending on direct expenditures, which was politically sensitive, intact, but to cut radically on the transfers to provinces, which had the effect of nailing the provinces on their primary expenditures, health care and education, which, remarkably enough, are actually the two areas that Canadians consistently indicate are the most important areas of spending to them. So that was done. It had, I think, a very serious negative impact on the provinces. We've tried to avoid this time harming transfers to the provinces. There's a very stable foundation of funding, both for equalization and for direct health care transfers that's now being secured several years into the future, and the cuts that have been made, the adjustments that have been made, are being made to direct federal expenditures, which naturally are very many, because there are so many different areas in which our government does engage in spending, everything from soup to nuts, everything from national defense to protecting the environment. That covers a lot of ground. Much of that spending is non-discretionary. It is put in place, Mr. Speaker, by statute, which means you must adjust the statutes. And the example I just gave of the Judges Act is a typical example of the kind of adjustments you make to a statutory expenditure requirement. You have to go through and deal with it in detail. That takes up space. It creates, inevitably, a substantial bill. And that's, frankly, why we've needed to have more than one budget implementation bill. You had one in the spring and, as promised, one in the autumn to deal with that very substantial amount of work, and to give the time in the intervening period for the kind of work that requires detailed thought on the part of ministers to achieve the goal of having reasonable expenditure adjustments that don't cause harm to the interests of Canadians. I have just one last example to make. This involves my own constituency, and like all good MPs, I want to wrap things up by talking about my own constituency. One area of cuts that we faced was an adjustment to the canals budget of Parks Canada, which is administered through the Ministry of the Environment. They had an overall adjustment to their budget downwards of $29 million, of which $2 million is going to affect the Rideau Canal system. Ontario's only World Heritage Site, an area of considerable cultural importance and recreational importance. And the initial approach adopted by Parks Canada was to try to achieve at least part of that cut by reducing the season. When that met with concerns, the minister intervened personally. A number of MPs drew this concern to his attention. This includes MPs from more than one party, because the canal flows through both Conservative and Liberal held ridings, and I think even NDP held riding. And the result was that reasonable changes were made that ensured the season can remain its full length. That part of that budget that is most important to local Canadians was respected, and the result is, I think, a change that saves money and at the same time allows for a reasonable and intelligent expenditure of those funds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Marde. I am sure that my colleague who has just concluded his speech is as frustrated as we are in having only 10 minutes, because he could say much more about this budget in his own words. But we have concerns on this side, because the Conservatives will leave the largest debt, social, economic, and environmental debt on the backs of the future generations. So I would like my colleague to tell me how a government that wants to create jobs and prosperity intends to do so with an austerity budget. When it has been proven in Great Britain, they tried to do the same thing, and what happened? Well, analysts see that they will continue to have a recession. So I would like him to prove to me in a few seconds that this austerity budget will really get us out of this recession.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the first thing to observe is that if we were to go into the future continuing to build up a very substantial national debt, remember, every year's deficit gets added to the national debt. If we were to go into the future doing that, and to keep on doing that year after year, as we had been doing during the first years of the recession. Remember, from a purely economic point of view, the recession is actually over in Canada. It continues to exist elsewhere. But if we had gone on and continued to build that, which I think would be the inevitable result if the NDP were actually carrying out what they proposed to carry out, the result would be a massive debt faced in the future by people like myself when we retire and by our children when they enter the workforce. That, when it is put in combination with the very substantial obligations that we face paying old age security, Canada Pension Plan, and the very substantial health benefits that will go to seniors, would have the effect of creating an unsustainable burden on taxpayers. In the end, services, including life-saving services like health care, would inevitably be cut, and pensions might very well be cut in practice, if not nominally, through the government inflating its way out. I think that's the solution many European countries will adopt, and it's a very unwise solution, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly give accolades to my colleague. It should just be noted, I'm very, very familiar with my colleague, of course, is that we are in adjoining ridings. And I see not only his contribution nationally and internationally through all of his good work, but I consistently see the results that he delivers for his riding. So I'm honored to be able to have him as a colleague and work with him for the benefit of our communities. But he made one particular comment that I wonder if he could just expand upon. He mentioned the Keynesian economics. Well, of course, Keynesian economics, as we all know, it's very, very simple. It's called spend, spend, spend. How fast can you try to spend yourself out of a problem? In reality, we all know it doesn't work, hasn't worked. Of course, the official opposition are I suppose that would be in the top ranks of their philosophies. Tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. Of course, the leader of the third party was with a government that adopted that in Ontario to the highest degree. Perhaps the honourable member could give us some history onto the effects of Keynesian economics and how dastardly that would be for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
How long do I have, Mr. Speaker, to answer? This is a meaty question. I'd like to know how long I've got. I have 1 minute to do it. All right. Well, I was going to say this. First of all, the current leader of the Liberal Party did indeed try practicing this kind of economics with disastrous results in Ontario. The father of the future leader of the Liberal Party did the same thing federally, and we had to suffer years of deficits as a result of that. Keynesian economics, Mr. Speaker, in theory, theoretical Keynesian economics, as written by Lord Keynes himself, was a system in which governments would spend substantially, run deficits in hard times, and then would run substantial surpluses and collect the funds necessary for the next crisis in good times. That is not the way it works in reality. The incentives for politicians to spend more and not raise taxes at all times results in practical Keynesian economics, resulting in the kind of stagflation, that is large deficits that are dealt through inflation, which destroys growth prospects, that we saw in the 1970s. I would very much like to say that, as a rule, it should be avoided, and we should simply try to practice good housekeeping at all times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marde. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada must create a climate that encourages investment and innovation, a stable and predictable economic climate that has the confidence of entrepreneurs and allows us to ensure innovation. We must create good jobs that are high value added and develop our great natural resources in a responsible manner in order to create a more prosperous, green and fair society. In order to do this, we must ensure that there is competent management of the economy and the government, be it the criteria for control of our natural resources or the Budget Implementation Act. The government is creating uncertainty and doubt at a time when predictability must be our byword. The private sector is now used to getting, in March, an annual budget that no longer goes to the trouble of announcing the real initiatives that the government intends to adopt. For the rest of the year, we get 3 omnibus bills that have no relationship with the budgetary document, where the government hides all its dirty laundry, and bills that it doesn't have the courage to defend in the House of Commons, and even less before parliamentary committees. This is not a climate that promotes confidence in this monster bill that is even longer than the budget itself. The opposition is concerned in particular with the reduction of nearly $500 million in support for private sector research and development. Reduced tax cuts for scientific research and experimental development are particularly troubling to the private sector. These arbitrary cuts are increasing the ills that our manufacturing sector is already suffering from, weakened already by our high dollar. It's threatening the climate of certainty that encourages investment, the creation of good jobs in Canada, Quebec, as well as within my riding of La Salle-Marde, where manufacturing is an important economic activity. This budget reduces the overall tax credit for research and development from 20 to 15% for major companies doing the lion's share of research and development in Canada.
Minister of Finance, the Canadian manufacturers and exporters wrote, and I quote, "The reduction of the ITC rate will impact the ability of Canadian divisions of multinational corporations to attract global R&D mandates in Canada and will require Canadian headquarters company to examine outsourcing R&D as a more cost-effective way of driving innovation and productivity. Unfortunately, the signal that the proposed SR&ED changes send are twofold. First, Canada does not value or welcome large R&D mandates. And second signal, companies with large R&D projects should look elsewhere in the future. Large R&D projects affiliated with existing manufacturing operations are the prime driver of innovation and commercialization in Canada. While it is true that many enterprises will continue to invest in R&D, the proposed change to the SR&ED program means that those investments are much less likely to be placed in Canada." End of quote.
The government has also cut by 10% labor expenditures that companies can substitute instead of detailed claims. But even more troubling, the government has decided to cut the eligible capital costs tax credits.
This last point, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian manufacturers and exporters told the Minister of Finance, and I quote, "Eliminating capital expenditures from eligible expenses will significantly and negatively impact the largest user of SR&ED, Canada's manufacturing sectors, which is much more capital intensive than other sectors. It will have a much broader impact on the ability to retain and attract investment in Canada. Some manufacturers may continue to invest in R&D and carry additional costs. Other companies will simply move the R&D to other jurisdictions where overall R&D costs are lower, providing a greater return on these investments. This will further undermine Canada's innovation and commercialization performance." End of quote. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this is extremely alarming, coming from an association that represents a sector employing nearly 2 million Canadians and creating $166 billion, or 14% of our GDP. Furthermore, the manufacturing sector is responsible for 45% of R&D in Canada. It employs nearly 6,000 people in my riding alone, that is La Salle-Marde. The artificially high value of our dollar is hurting our exports and our manufacturing sector. Quebec has lost 70,000 jobs over the first 3 months in 2012, including 8,000 in the manufacturing sector. Over the last decade, The share that the manufacturing sector in Canada contributes to our country's GDP dropped by 2%. This drop has been felt in particular in the lumber processing, pulp and paper industries, but also within the area of fisheries. Between 2002 and 2011, the value of Canadian exports produced by the manufacturing sector dropped by $20 billion. We are paying the price of an overly high dollar. The inconsiderate cuts to R&D tax credits is also undermining the profitability and the competitiveness of the aerospace sector, which is essential for the metropolitan region of Montreal and Quebec. The research and development cycles in this sector are not counted in months and years, but rather in decades. The astronomical cost, the financial risk is high, the competition is quite strong, and the margin of error is zero. This sector must have predictable funding and long-term federal assistance. Federal tax credits for research and development are the only federal instrument that ensures this long-term predictability. I have spent the final weeks of the summer visiting the aeronautic facilities in the Montreal region. In Quebec alone, the aerospace industry employs over 70,000 people and has economic spin-offs of nearly $20 billion. This is not the time or the reason to sit on our laurels. The aeronautic sector is becoming one of the emerging economies in Canada. In Quebec, our industry has reached a crossroads and is seeking leadership. We must ensure predictability with regard to government programs that support research and development in order to create greener and less noisy engines. We must put in place the tools to help companies prove their concepts before they are able to market it and to be able to get through the dead zone. We must ensure that companies that settle in Canada have equal opportunities as their foreign competitors with regard to federal procurement and requests for proposals. It is because the NDP is a committed partner in the private sector that I have ensured that we have a dialogue with our companies. Once again, what we want is for the industry to have partners, certainty, and a long-term vision for our country and our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are only reinvesting a part of the savings from the research and development sector in direct support programs. Entrepreneurs are losing $400 million. It's bad for innovation. It's bad for the economy. Manufacturers in Canada are saying that the government has underestimated by $250 million the cost for companies. SHRED is an important tool in the planning for this important sector of our economy. Once again, the Conservatives are not encouraging a predictable climate for our research and development investments. It's bad for the economy. Just a moment. The NDP supports sustainable economic development that is long-term and that supports job creation, added value, and responsible development of our natural resources. Together, we can create a more prosperous, greener, and fairer society for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ça reste 2 minutes pour les questions et comments.
We have minutes for questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for 1 moment, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to criticize, first of all, the gag order that's being imposed on us. This, unfortunately, shows what this government is made of. I would like to congratulate my colleague very much for the speech that she just made and her dedication in talking about the problems that exist. I was on the Standing Committee on International Trade, and I saw the government's naivete with regard to competitiveness and Canada's capacity to have a role in this area. I would like to talk to my colleague about research and development. Could she talk about the shameless wasting of funds in general, not just public funds, but funds with regard to the results that we can hope will come from research and development, because according to some studies, we're really not profiting as much as we could. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for that question. In fact, what we see is that research and development requests are complex, and we say that what is important, and what in fact I would like to say here is that what is important is that given that there's a fragile economy, it's not the time to stop investing and to withdraw from research and development. And that is what this government is doing. A government that is boasting about innovation is, in fact, withdrawing from research and development, and that's what I condemn.
Déclaration de député.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Lotbinière, Chutes-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to honour a teacher in my riding, Joanne Morin, who has been awarded the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Teaching. As a teacher at École Intenselle de Sainte-Marguerite, she is in charge of captivating projects. She piques the curiosity of her students and has developed their critical minds. She has a visionary approach for children, and parents of her students are all unanimous in their praise for her. No one is left out. It's impossible to get bored. In fact, it's impossible not to make progress and to learn in the school and to grow and prosper personally. I'd like to congratulate Ms. Morin for her big heart, her qualities, and she shows what an important role the teachers play with our children.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and today I want to underline the 30th anniversary of a dynamic company involved in the social economy in my riding, Renans-Outaouais. Founded in 1982, Renans-Outaouais now has 180 employees. The organization offers training programs to prepare to enter the workforce and to re-enter the workforce. Renans-Outaouais helps a wide variety of people, including students, people living with functional limitations, and people who are retired and want to re-enter the workforce. Thanks to a dozen of personalized programs and tools, Renans-Outaouais offers job seekers services and high-quality advice so that they are well-equipped. On my behalf and on behalf of my colleagues in the Outaouais, I want to congratulate Renans-Outaouais for serving our community for 30 years. Congratulations to the entire team.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, electronic networking and messaging sites are incredibly powerful communications advances that have in so many ways changed how we as Canadians are communicating with each other. Sadly, though, like so many incredible technologies, these very powerful platforms can be abused. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I read the comments of hundreds of unidentified anonymous posters online and was frankly shocked and saddened by the level of vitriolic hatred and personal attacks that were freely posted. While I believe firmly that the right to free speech must be strongly defended and protected, I also believe it should be backed up by the common decency to stand by your words as opposed to hiding behind online anonymity. Anonymous online attacks are, in my view, cowardly, but they are no less hurtful and represent a caustic scourge that is harming too many in our society. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned by what I've witnessed online, saddened by the impact it's having on the lives of too many Canadians. I believe that this is an issue this place must consider.
L'honorable député de Saint...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Recognize the achievements of a group of amazing athletes in my riding. The St. Leonard Lions under-12 AA girls soccer team has had a phenomenal year. During this past season, they've won tournaments in Brossard and Boucherville, but their most impressive victory came at the prestigious Granby International Soccer Tournament, where they won gold by winning all 6 games against a field of over 30 teams. They won the Concordia League by scoring an impressive 149 goals with only 1 against, while securing their League Cup and the A Cup against other championship teams. Many girls play in higher age brackets and have earned recognition at the provincial level. This level of excellence is something special to behold, and the best is yet to come. Congratulations to all the players, coaches, and volunteers for their achievements, and in particular to Coach Fernando Pasca for his commitment to youth soccer in St. Leonard. Having coached against Freddie, I can tell you from first-hand experience that his intensity and determination have prepared his teams well to play and perform at a high level. I can't wait to see what the Lions have in store for us next season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand before the House to share some of the fantastic work that is being done in the Niagara Peninsula. This week I had the pleasure of meeting with Joanne Turner, who is the Executive Director, and Barbara Greenwood, who is a board member of the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara. The staff and volunteers at the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara are devoted to bettering the lives of underprivileged youth. I am proud to say that over 9,883 youth are helped each year throughout the Niagara region in 14 locations across 8 municipalities. Each week during the school year, 667 rides are provided to school children, more than 1,039 meals are delivered to schools, and 1,869 sport and recreation opportunities are promoted. Also, 256 at-risk youth are supported annually to turn their lives around. The Boys and Girls Club of Niagara are helping underprivileged youth achieve their true potential and be successful contributors to our society. I commend the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara and across this country for their continued commitment to bettering our community. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring awareness to the very important issue. October is Brain Tumor Awareness Month. Every day, 27 Canadians are diagnosed with a brain tumor. It is estimated that 55,000 Canadians are surviving with this illness. Alarmingly, the number of diagnoses is increasing, but the reasons are unknown. Yet the current Canadian medical system does not track statistics on primary brain tumors. Complete and accurate data is needed to facilitate the research that will lead to a better understanding of this disease and improved diagnosis and treatment. Enhancing the quality of life for people with brain tumors requires access to quality specialty care, clinical trials, follow-up care, and rehabilitative services. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are invested in the future of health care in this country. As we prepare for the renegotiations of the Canadian Health Accord in 2014, we have the opportunity to reimagine how our public health care system delivers quality care. We can make brain tumor research a priority, improve the lives of those affected. New Democrats call on this government to ensure that the crucial research and funding in this field be supported through their health care initiatives, and we seek that help from the Minister of Health to ensure that those who have brain tumors will indeed deserve.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to recognize a select group of individuals in my riding of Simcoe Grey, individuals who have demonstrated a true commitment to service and volunteerism, recipients of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. This commemorative medal is a tangible way for Canada to honour Her Majesty's 60 years of service to this country and at the same time to serve to honour those contributions of great Canadians. Commander Terry Goddard from Tottenham, a World War I veteran who served for 27 years as an aviator in the Royal Navy, participated in the historic swordfish attack on the German battleship Bismarck. Leonard Gibson, a local business leader who runs Gibson Transportation in Alliston, who donates countless hours volunteering and providing needed funds all throughout the New Tecumseh area. And Sandra Bonaric, a woman who epitomizes the true spirit of community volunteerism, a prominent figure in New Lowell's community, volunteering to local libraries, schools, and churches. These individuals are a true testament to the service and dedication that is represented by Her Majesty. They've given so much to their communities and country, and in the form of this commemorative medal, we're giving back to them. I want to thank them and congratulate them for their great service.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, there are now 205,000 people employed in the Niagara region. This is an all-time record for our local jobs numbers and a sign of a resilient local economy that has created over 21,000 net new jobs since 2008. The last 3 months have been our best 3 months ever for local jobs in Niagara. After years of neglect by previous governments, the Economic Action Plan has built a stronger, more prosperous Niagara. lower taxes on families and small business, investments in a new Burgoyne Bridge, the Cairns Health and Bioscience Centre at Brock University, a widened QEW highway, and a parking garage and performing arts centre in downtown St. Catharines. The opposition talks about negativity in this House, Mr. Speaker, but it would be nice for more parliamentarians to acknowledge that Canada has managed the recession better than anyone else in the world. In Niagara, it's meant 205,000 total jobs, 21,000 net new jobs, and a more diverse economy. In St. Catharines, we're firing on all cylinders and poised for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the cyclists, volunteers and sponsors who took part in Expedition Pinocchio. Their cycling trip across Quebec took them from Val-d'Or to Mascouche. The event is an initiative put on by the Mascouche police officers and is designed to raise money for children with brain injuries. Last Wednesday evening, it was announced that the event allowed them to collect $40,000 that will go to the Pinocchio Foundation. This is a non-profit organization that helps parents of children with multiple developmental delays, whether they've been diagnosed or not. It offers activities for sensory, motor, and intellectual stimulation for children. I offer all my congratulations to the police of Mascouche for this brilliant fundraising initiative, which is in its 14th year. I hope we'll continue for years to crisscross Quebec's roads to collect funds and raise awareness for the cause. This remarkable event involves outreach and sharing, and we should be very proud of it.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are concerned about crime, especially crime committed by serious, repeat, and violent offenders. Right. Canadians in Ottawa are particularly concerned about the release of a repeat young offender who abducted and sexually assaulted an 11-year-old girl. This is precisely why our government has introduced and passed the Safe Streets and Communities Act. I am happy to say that our government's improvements to Canada's youth criminal justice system came into effect this week. The coming into force of the violent and repeat young offenders provision represents an important step forward in strengthening our youth criminal justice system. Through balanced and responsible changes, we are helping to ensure that Canadians will be protected from violent and repeat young offenders. We remain committed to ensuring that young offenders will be held fully accountable for their actions, and the safety and security of law-abiding Canadians will be given full consideration at sentencing. Our government will continue standing up for victims by putting their rights first, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, Vale's announcement last week that it is reviewing the operation of the Birch Tree Mine and delaying a decision on the 1D project in Thompson, Manitoba, my hometown, means more instability and uncertainty. Only 2 years ago, when Vale announced that it was closing the smelter and refinery in Thompson, it indicated that it would be investing in the 1D project and that Birch Tree was planned to continue operation until 2020. At least. It is ironic that this occurred the same week as the federal government rejected the foreign takeover of Progress Energy Resources because it did not provide sufficient net benefit to Canada. Where is the net benefit for Thompson in northern Manitoba from the Vale takeover that they approved in 2006? The federal government has to be part of any and all discussions related to Vale. Not only did they approve the takeover of Vale, they have provided a $1 billion low-interest loan to move the jobs out of Thompson. It is clear that Canada does not have a strategy for resource development that is working for resource-based communities. Resource-based communities deserve better. Canadians deserve better.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I was horrified to learn today of reports of a suicide bomb in northern Afghanistan, which happened as people were leaving the Eidgah Mosque in Maymana. More than 50 people were wounded in the attack, and officials have said that 14 civilians and 6 children were among the dead. Our government condemns in the strongest terms this brutal and cowardly attack, which blatantly targeted those worshipping to mark Eid al-Adha. This type of violent attack only strengthens the resolve of all who work for peace and security throughout this region. Mr. Speaker, our sincere thoughts and prayer go out to those killed in this senseless attack, and we wish a speedy recovery to those injured. We stand with them during this difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in a landmark ceremony, the City of Montreal bestowed honorary citizenship on Raoul Wallenberg, the Swedish non-Jew who saved more Hungarian Jews in 4 months than any single government, and whom the United Nations has called the greatest humanitarian of the 20th century. The incredible heroism of Canada's first honorary citizen, recognized also in the inauguration of the Holocaust Memorial Centre's Education Week, included issuing Schutz passes, diplomatic passes conferring immunity on their recipients and which saved some 20,000 Jews alone, establishing protected safe houses, which saved 30,000, and in his most memorable rescue, causing Nazi generals to desist from blowing up the Budapest ghetto, saving 70,000 Jews in this act of heroism alone, and showing that one person can make a difference, that one person can confront evil, can prevail, and transform history. Mr. Speaker, it was an honour to join Mayor Tremblay, city councillors and Holocaust survivors such as Agnes Kent herself, saved by Wallenberg, as we note another important moment in Hungarian history, the 56th anniversary of the uprising against Soviet totalitarianism. Mr. Speaker, Raoul Wallenberg combined the courage to care with a commitment to act, inspiring us all in the struggle for justice, peace and human rights. May we honour his humanitarian legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP must be honest with the people. In his election platform, it says black and white that the NDP wants to put a tax on carbon. It will be worth $21 billion. This new tax will cause an increase for all prices.
Page 3 of his policy backgrounder that his new carbon tax will, and I quote, raise billions in new revenue, end quote. Especially hard hit will be the NDP leader's new carbon, because of the NDP's new carbon tax, will be Canadian seniors. While our government has consistently stood up for Canada's seniors, this NDP leader needs to come clean with the seniors he is meeting with today and all seniors across Canada on his plan to raise the price of everything with his new $21 billion carbon tax.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in his only statement since the start of the year, my colleague for New Brunswick Southwest could have talked about the negative impact of EI changes for people in his riding. But did he do so? No. Has he shared with us that he has Ronald Reeds, who has written an important book on New Brunswick and covers off the province? Apparently, it's not good enough for the member for New Brunswick Southwest to talk about it. He's just a puppet for the government. The member for New Brunswick Southwest is becoming a ventriloquist. He could stand up and speak about his constituents and what they're doing. If his constituents don't deserve it, then, well, I can tell you that in 2015, the people of that riding will be able to count on the NDP.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, last night many members of this House headed back to their ridings. They made their trips via planes, trains, and automobiles. Mr. Speaker, what those three things have in common is that the cost will skyrocket under NDP leaders' $21 billion carbon tax. Canadians won't be just paying more for their own travel, they'll be paying more for MPs' travel. On this side of the House, we won't let that happen. We will stand up and fight back against the NDP leaders' $21 billion job-killing carbon tax.
Question period. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the Transport Minister took down from his website all references to the environment, and now the word environment is back, but only to say that environmental protection is a shared responsibility among various departments and federal organizations. Can the Transport Minister tell us if his department does or doesn't have responsibility for environmental protection?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of the Minister of Transportation under the Navigable Waters Act is to protect navigation. The Act is about navigation. It only refers to navigation, and it has only referred to navigation for over a century. The people that are interested in hiding things are not us, it's the NDP. It's the NDP who have been standing in this House trying to suggest that our drawing attention to their proposed carbon tax is not accurate. Yet here it is in black and white in their own platform at their costing at page 4, $21.5 billion authorized by the registered agent.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, while references to the environment have been deleted from the frequently asked questions section of the minister's website, those same references still exist in black and white in the application guide section of the same site. I quote, "This process usually takes less time to complete, but might still require an environmental assessment." Mr. Speaker, it's 2012, not 1984. When will the minister finally admit that his website was correct and navigable waters is about protecting the environment?
The government house leader.
Mr. Speaker, what I find remarkable about the NDP is they continue to come to this House and demonstrate that they're simply not ready for prime time. Yesterday we heard about their failure to understand procedure. Today we're hearing about their failure to actually read the statutes that are the law of this land. The statute, the Navigation Act, which refers to and protects navigation in this country. She thinks it's about something else. She obviously has not read the Act. The only thing she'll find referenced in there is the protection of navigation. In the law, black and white. Take a look. It'd be very educative for you.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Navigable waters protection, and this has gone from comedy to farce. We know what the minister is saying in the House just isn't true, and the words are there in black and white on his own website. The examples are piling up so fast that the minister's own minions can't remove them as quickly as we can find them. So when will the minister finally admit that he's overreached and put an end to this attack on environmental protection?
The government house leader.
Mr. Speaker, the attack we're concerned about is the attack on Canadians with the $21.5 billion carbon tax proposed by the NDP in the last election, and the examples do keep piling up in black and white. Here it is in the NDP leader's leadership platform, where he talked about using a tax like that to generate billions of dollars of new revenue, more than the $21.5 billion in their election platform. And now the latest, the report this month from the NDP think tank, the Broadbent Institute, calling not just for a carbon tax, but for an across-the-board 10% increase in taxes on Canadians. That's an attack on Canadians.
L'honorable député de La Salle-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, on foreign takeovers of Canadian businesses, the Conservatives have hardly been reassuring to the markets and Canadians. Now, the Wall Street Journal has joined the chorus of the NDP and millions of Canadians calling for a clear explanation of the criteria for reviewing foreign takeover bids. The Conservatives' bungled process for Progress Energy is very harmful to investment in Canada. To avoid another fiasco with Nexen, will the Conservatives finally and clearly explain what criteria their decision to allow or reject a takeover bid are based on?
Member Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, after an in-depth review, the minister was not convinced that the proposed investment would likely be to the benefit of Canada, so he decided to reject it. But under the Act, there's a 30-day period now for additional submissions to be made, and we will follow the process provided for in the law. The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, when we know that the industry minister can't even follow his own government's code of ethics, we're entitled to be skeptical when he says, "Trust me, I'll make the right decision." The decision on the takeover bid for Nexen will have a major impact on the Canadian economy and on the development of our natural resources. Why is the minister still refusing to tell us what criteria his decision will be based on? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
He has a decision to make. Only a few months ago, their party leader said that the natural resource sector was a disease, that it was too large, and that it did not benefit the Canadian economy. Now, for the purposes of foreign investment, they think it's the most important industry the world has ever seen. Mr. Speaker, if they believed the latter, then why are they proposing a $21.5 billion carbon tax that would not only raise gas prices for Canadian consumers, but would devastate the resource sectors that have driven economic success in so many provinces across this country?
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, under new management, XL Foods is trying to get back into business, but it's still not clear their products are safe. CFIA is supervising, but the Food Technology Centre at Guelph says CFIA standards are the bare minimum, and most retailers require something better, that is certification by the Global Food Safety Initiative. XL lost that certification last week and can't get it back till next year. Why are CFIA standards lower than global standards, and will XL be allowed to sell anything before it meets global requirements?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadian consumers are our first priority when it comes to food safety. The CFIA has notified the Minister of Agriculture that they will be reissuing the license to this facility. Our government will continue to provide the CFIA with the resources it needs to ensure safe food comes out of this plant. The Safe Food for Canadians Act is an important tool to strengthen our food safety system, and Mr. Speaker, I encourage this member and his colleagues to vote in favour of this when it comes back to the House.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture Minister says CFIA was just too nice to XL Foods, so CFIA had the power to call that delinquent firm to account, but didn't do so. Food contamination persisted for more than a month. Over 2,000 products had to be recalled. 16 people got sick. Cattle producers and others absorbed big losses. Since the minister himself knew of the problem by September 5th, why was he also too nice in doing nothing to fix it? And how can he and CFIA now lead a review when they are clearly part of the problem?
Good point.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind this member and the House that the CFIA acted immediately to contain the products beginning on September 4th, and it's been acting ever since. And the CFIA notified the minister that they will be reissuing a license to this facility, Mr. Speaker, once the minister is assured that all product leaving this facility will be safe. As a last comment, Mr. Speaker, every time we've attempted to give CFIA more resources like new inspectors, additional funding, this member and his party have voted against these measures, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the crisis at XL Food, the Agriculture Minister claimed the CFIA didn't have the power to compel XL to disclose the information needed to prevent and manage the crisis. And now yesterday in committee, the minister said the CFIA should have been more assertive and demanded information from XL, and that way the CFIA would have got what it needed. Why the flip-flop? Can the minister tell us what powers the CFIA actually has? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
CFIA acted appropriately and responsibly with respect to XL. What is also clear is that this member is not conversant in what is in Bill S11. Mr. Speaker, we have a superior food safety system. This has been recognized in a report on OECD countries. S11 takes our superior system and makes it better. He's asking about authorities that CFIA has. Mr. Speaker, if he would only read Bill S11, he would see where we're headed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Les critiques à l'endroit des conservateurs.
There are more and more criticisms of the Conservatives. Now the Wall Street Journal is criticizing the bizarre behavior of the Conservatives when it comes to foreign investment. And they point out that the decisions of this government have no basis. It's always about net benefit, but the November 9th deadline for Nexon is growing close. Enough's enough. Can they tell us whether these changes will be done before the Nexon decision, before November 9th at midnight?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government will follow the Investment Canada Act and all of its provisions protecting the net, determining the net benefit to Canada of proposed reviewable acquisitions, and we will ensure that whatever decision is made will be done in the national interest of Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby Westminster.
Well, nowhere in the Investment Canada Act is there reference to flipping a coin at midnight on a Friday night after leading a company to believe that they're going to be accepted, Mr. Speaker. Now, after promising a new net benefit for 2 years, Conservatives may or may not actually do their work, creating total uncertainty. Markets want certainty. Canadians want to have a say. The Calgary Chamber of Commerce says the NDP's right. The Globe and Mail and the Wall Street Journal says the NDP's right. But Conservatives are keeping Canadians in the dark with this irresponsible way of decision-making. Will there be changes to the net benefit test before the next deadline on November 9th?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member mentions the flipping of coins. Canadians won't have any coins left to flip after the $21.5 billion NDP carbon tax comes into place. They are asking for change, but the reality is Canadians won't have any change left in their pockets when the NDP carbon tax is through with them. Our energy sector, our workers, our consumers, they all agree. The NDP carbon tax will bankrupt this economy and turn back the clock. We won't let it happen.
Order. The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, when challenged about what he would have done differently in handling the XL recall, the Agriculture Minister replied, CFIA would have been a lot harder nosed. Finally, an admission of complacency. But still nothing to take responsibility, nothing to reverse food safety cuts, nothing to reassure Canadians our inspectors are protecting our food. And now Canadians learn that unregulated in-house tenderizing processes could also be making them sick. What is this minister going to do to ensure that CFIA addresses the problem of contamination from meat tenderizing?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, Health Canada is always reviewing new science and new information to make sure that the safety of Canadians is protected. That is why the department has started a review of the science around mechanical tenderization. And new information will be, and any new information will be communicated to Canadians. While this review is ongoing, we'll continue to recommend that to Canadians to take the steps to protect against foodborne illnesses, such as cooking your food and washing your hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, from Action the Canadian Wheat Board to cutting agri-stability payments, the Conservatives have made it clear they aren't interested in helping farmers. Changes to Canadian Grain Commission tucked away in this monster budget will undermine the integrity of Canada's internationally renowned grain system. Discarding the present bonding requirements will hurt farmers and the industry. Will the minister explain why these half-baked changes are being forced through this budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's clear to me this member doesn't understand the challenges facing farmers. Our government was elected by farmers on a platform to modernize the grain sector in Canada and to keep our economy strong. Now, we've brought in marketing freedom, and the next step is to renew the Grain Commission, something that hasn't been done in 40 years, Mr. Speaker. These changes will eliminate about $20 million in unnecessary costs in the grain handling system, costs which are ultimately borne by the farmer. Mr. Speaker, this member must stand up for farmers.
The
honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. This monster budget will also get rid of the Grain Appeal Tribunal. The changes will throw a spanner in the works for farmers who disagree with a sales terminal's decision on the weight or grade of their grain. Farmers are going to pay the price for this ill-thought-out reform. Instead of turning his back on farmers, does the minister have any alternative dispute resolution mechanism to offer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I just said, our government was elected by farmers by proposing modernization of the grain industry in Canada. These changes will eliminate about $20 million in wasted costs in the grain handling system, costs borne by farmers. And just to give you a quote, Mr. Speaker, I quote Doug Robertson, President of the Western Barley and Grain Growers Association, he says this is a very positive evolution in the Canadian system. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Conservatives claim S11 is essential to prevent other E. coli problems, but yesterday the minister admitted that his department hasn't set any strict rules for food safety. The inspectors aren't doing their job if they don't have the necessary resources. A new act isn't going to change anything. The minister admitted that the system is a failure. Will the minister now call for an external review of the CFIA as the NDP has called for?
Mr. Speaker, I was at that same meeting. I do not know whether this member was paying attention or not to what the minister was actually saying. What the minister was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada's food safety system is a superior food safety system, not rated by us, but this is the conclusion of a report on OECD countries. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about additional resources that he gave the CFIA, 700 net new inspectors. Mr. Speaker, hundreds of millions of dollars in new funding for the CFIA, all of which this member and her party have voted against, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Hugo.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has provided Canadians with more details on the Conservatives' dismal failure on cybersecurity. Out of the $980 million of approved spending that was supposed to go to cybersecurity, the Auditor General was able to identify only $20.9 million that was actually used for cybersecurity. No wonder the Auditor General found that progress has been slow in protecting our national infrastructure against cyber threats. Can the minister explain to this House why the money allocated for cybersecurity is not being used for that purpose?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has acknowledged the positive steps that our government has taken to defend against electronic threats, hacking and cyber espionage through our cyber security strategy. We are taking action on the Auditor General's recommendations, and we will continue to enhance cybersecurity in Canada. In fact, just last week, our government announced significant additional funding to strengthen Canada's cybersecurity system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pontiac. We have to wonder what planet they're living on, Mr. Speaker. In the Conservative world, cyber attackers have to only operate during business hours because the response center isn't even working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And now we learn that the money hasn't been managed appropriately. How can the Conservatives explain that only 2% of the money provided for cybersecurity was used for that purpose?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is clearly confused. At all times, experts from the Canadian Cyber Incidents Response Centre are available to deal with emergency situations. And in fact, the Auditor General said, and I quote, this government has made progress in securing its systems against cyber threats, in improving communications, and in building partnerships with owners and operators of critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we just ask that the opposition would get behind our endeavours to crack down on criminals, including those who are trying to hack and interfere with their cyber security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in response to a decision yesterday by the Supreme Court, the Prime Minister suggested that reforms to the electoral process should occur. One of the most important reforms should have taken place 7 months ago. That's what the Conservatives promised. The objective is to give the Chief Electoral Officer greater powers to examine the finances of the parties. The Conservatives committed to act within 7 months. They've now blown through that deadline by months. The NDP is doing their job in their place. Now, are they going to support our bill?
The Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, voters made this decision, and that's the way democracy is supposed to work. We've already promised to look at some reforms to our election laws, and a proposal will be coming in due course. As for the Supreme Court of Canada's decision, states of the Liberal candidate, we reject the candidate's attempt to disenfranchise entitled voters and so undermine public confidence in the electoral process.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, it's tokenism to divide the budget bill for study, but not for voting. It's like a thimble full of respect for Parliament in a sea of contempt. Mr. Speaker, if it's possible for the Conservatives to divide the budget bill for study, why isn't it possible to divide the budget bill for voting? Why can't we apply the same principle, if in fact the Conservatives have any principles when it comes to respect for Parliament?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we have the Liberal Party asking for, yet again, more delays when Canadians are impatiently waiting for measures that will in fact help them. Measures that we have had in our Economic Action Plan over several years that have helped create 820,000 net new jobs since July 2009. Measures in this bill that will extend the job-creating hiring credit for small business, will expand tax relief for investment in clean energy, and improve registered disability savings plans. We will not listen to the Liberals as they attempt to delay for the sake of delays. We will get this through so that Canadians can benefit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the minister did his level best to argue that the tabling of the Canada-China agreement met new standards of transparency. But the government promised not only to table this kind of agreement in the House, the 2006 Conservative platform promise was to table international treaties in Parliament for ratification. Ratification means a debate and a vote. So, let's debate and let's vote.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this treaty provides greater protection for Canadians against discriminatory and arbitrary practices.
Exactly.
And despite the misinformed rhetoric of the opposition parties, the obligations of the parties are fully reciprocal. But, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of the Liberals is astounding. Not only did they not have a policy for tabling treaties in this House, but when they chose to table treaties, it was years after they were ratified and already in force. So much for transparency. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're delivering real benefits for Canadian businesses.
Well said.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, in July 2011, General Leslie presented a thoughtful and reasoned report on military transformation. The Minister of Defence has yet to respond. In an unprecedented display of public impatience, the Prime Minister sent a letter to the Minister questioning his ability to achieve the government's preferences and objectives. General Leslie has set out the path. The Prime Minister has expressed his frustrations. Mr. Speaker, is it time for the Minister of Public Works to take over D&D's budget-making process in addition to her procurement responsibilities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member well knows, the budget of the Department of National Defence has grown substantially every year since this government took office. That said, this government is committed to finding, and this department is committed to finding new efficiencies, to working more effectively, to deliver the Canadian Forces mission at home and abroad. And to that end, we've done our part under deficit reduction, and we're going to continue to do our best to ensure that taxpayers get the best value for their money when they invest in the men and women in uniform and the equipment they need to do their job.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. In the last budget, the Conservatives slashed business research by restricting the Innovation Tax Credit. Now, over 90 National Research Council researchers are being shown the door. This hinders all research by the Council on neuroscience and medical devices. Conservatives are crippling scientific research in this country. Why not instead stimulate research-related economic spin-offs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The problem with the NDP mentality is that they judge success by how much it costs us. So we judge our success in science and research, as well as in other areas, by results. And we have managed the system to put our resources in results, and that is what we are getting with the policies that we are implementing. There is a great role for the private sector to play, and our role is to facilitate their efforts to create jobs and prosperity for all Canadians.
Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, weak excuses and political spin are one thing, but hard facts are another, and facts aren't like Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, facts don't lie, and that's why we rely on empirical research and invest in R&D.
But Conservatives, they reject facts, they reject science, and they are recklessly firing over 90 of Canada's top researchers. Conservative cuts are hurting the economy. Why are they firing researchers and killing economic spin-offs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The NDP judges success by how expensive we can be. We judge success by the results that are delivered. And that is why we are ensuring that our resources move towards the production of said results, so that our scientists, our researchers, and our academics produce the development that our businesses can transform into job creation and prosperity for all Canadians. It is a low-tax, low-cost, low-debt plan for jobs and growth, and that is exactly why we are succeeding.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, our country is cruelly behind when it comes to Internet access, and that is the reason why some experts say that Canada is quite behind. One of the major problems is that data transfer download are so low that cloud services and other services like that don't have a market here. What is the government going to do to ensure better access to the Internet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Members should at least examine the national, our digital economy strategy, which we have put in place for exactly the purpose of making Canada more technologically advanced, to create jobs and increased accessibility by all Canadians to the information technology revolution. We have invested to expand Internet access to remote communities that otherwise would not benefit from it, and we will continue to make those wise investments in order to grow our economy and move forward into the future.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Happens when CAPs slow down internet service is kind of like playing a 75 record at 45 RPM. The UK, the US, and Mexico have raised or eliminated caps. Meanwhile, Canada has the most restrictive caps in the world. It's international embarrassment and bad for the economy. Raising the caps would give Canadian businesses and consumers better access to services and markets like Netflix. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives put away their old record and finally help Canadians to the digital age?
Order the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP is still listening to record players, and it's appropriate that they do that because all of their economic policies come from the big government era of the 1970s. They believe that the only way to run an economy is through central planning. They sound like a broken record over there. We on this side of the House are focusing on the jobs of today and tomorrow by expanding broadband access, by lowering taxes for high-tech entrepreneurs to modernize our economy and create jobs. That's where the future's at.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
While our government is focused on a low-tax plan to create jobs, the NDP is pushing a high-tax scheme to kill jobs like the NDP's massive carbon tax that will take over $21 billion out of the pockets of regular Canadians and kill jobs. Our Conservative government will not let that happen. We'll fight the NDP's big tax plans and stay focused on our pro-economic growth Action Plan 2012. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please inform this House what the international leaders are saying about Canada's economic leadership?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
As a matter of fact, I can, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, our Conservative government is focused on the economy, and we are getting results. Since July 2009, Canada has seen over 820,000 net new jobs created. This is the best job growth record in the entire G7. And little wonder that international leaders are pointing to Canada as a model to follow. Let's just hear what the head of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, said last night, and I quote, "Canada, a country with one of the strongest financial sectors in the world, can teach the rest of the world about how to build a stronger, safer financial system." End quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the correctional investigator confirmed this week that half of women in federal prison are harming themselves. In the prairies alone, incidents of self-injury involving Aboriginal women went from 8 cases in 2006 to 214 last year. Mr. Speaker, this is a crisis, and responding with more of the failed policies will not help. What is the minister doing to ensure that this epidemic of self-injury is taken seriously as the mental health crisis it is?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is continuing to take concrete steps on the issue of mental health in prisons. Both access to treatment services for inmates and training for staff have improved under the result of our strong leadership. Mr. Speaker, it was our government that provided additional resources, such as requiring mental health assessment for all inmates within the first 90 days of their sentence, and that includes a correctional plan and mental health treatment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers are increasing. The answer to this crisis is not to stand idly by and attack those who are concerned about the health of Aboriginal women. Overpopulation and limited access to basic programming in our prison is making the situation worse. In prison, Aboriginal women who self-harm are pepper sprayed and put in segregation when what they really need is mental health services. The correctional investigator made strong recommendations. Will they follow them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The problems identified by the correctional investigator continue to show the need for mental health care issues to be addressed by the provinces. Mental health needs to be addressed before individuals come into contact with the correctional system. Once again, Mr. Speaker, our government has shown strong leadership. CSC has shown strong leadership. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they've been recognized internationally for the work that they do on mental health. We will continue to work with the provinces to ensure that mental health issues are addressed before individuals come into contact with the correctional system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' incompetence is endangering lives and the safety of all Canadians. 3 months after the reckless decision made by the minister to refuse to treat refugees, the worst could indeed come to pass. Mr. Speaker, clinics and hospitals are refusing to treat even rare cases that are still covered because of widespread confusion. Instead of trying to divide Canadians, will the minister cancel these dangerous and irresponsible cuts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have been extremely clear on this issue. They do not want illegal immigrants and bogus refugee claimants receiving gold-plated health care benefits that are better than Canadian taxpayers and seniors receive in this country. We've acted and we've listened. We've taken steps to ensure that protected persons and asylum seekers from non-safe countries receive health care coverage that is on the same level as Canadian taxpayers receive through their provincial health care coverage. The same, Mr. Speaker. We care and want to ensure their health is secured, but it should be no better than those that Canadians receive here in this country.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the minister can bury his head in the sand, but the facts remain. To score political points, he is endangering lives, and that is unacceptable. At least 6 pregnant women were not entitled to essential basic care. Children who need immunizations were turned away. How many tragedies will have to occur before we manage to convince the Conservatives that we cannot play with the lives of refugees, with the lives of human beings?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, when Canadians speak, we listen, and then we act, and then we implement. The purpose of our strategy with respect to the interim federal health has been to make sure that we no longer pay for eyeglasses, we no longer pay for dental work. We pay and ensure the safety of those who are here, but it is not going to be better, it is not going to be superior, it is going to be equal to that all Canadians receive.
The Honourable Member for Humber St. Barbe.
Mr. Speaker, it's become obvious to Canadians that the Minister of Human Resources doesn't know her files and, more blatantly, doesn't care about her files. Yesterday, she said that she cancelled the extra 5 weeks pilot project because the unemployment rate had gone down, when in fact, 8 of the 19 regions saw increases in unemployment, 3 stayed the same, and 7 saw decreases of less than 1%. It's bizarre that this minister doesn't know what is going on, but what's truly embarrassing, Mr. Speaker, is that she doesn't know that she doesn't know. Will the minister commit to one day, if not today, learning her files?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And our government is focused on job creation and economic growth. This pilot project was a temporary measure put in place at the downturn of the recession in 2008 and 2010 in the Economic Action Plan to aid those people that needed to have work and jobs. We have a job creation plan. We have numerous initiatives, whether that be the targeted initiative for older workers, whether that be apprenticeship programs, all of which help Canadians find employment. The Liberals vote against all of them again and again, let alone the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Humberston.
Mr. Speaker, not long ago, the Minister of Human Resources assured publicly the parents of Corporal Ricketts they'd get their EI while they cared for their son who lay critically injured. They never got it and had to turn to charity instead. Then this minister denied changing the rules around GIS benefits and registered retirement funds. It took 3 weeks of questioning for this minister to finally fess up and admit to taking money from seniors. Then she made a less than stellar backtrack on the working while unclaimed provisions of EI, showing her lack of command of the files. Will this Prime Minister admit to what Canadian seniors, the unemployed and the military already know? She just doesn't get it.
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. This government is focused on job creation and economic growth, and this minister has done everything to help facilitate that. So whether that be making sure that we lower taxes to make sure we create jobs, whether that be increasing the GIS to make sure that those low-income seniors are provided for, whether that be changes to EI to make sure that Canadians have opportunities for jobs, this minister is focused on the things that Canadians want, job creation.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the many lakes and rivers in the South Shore are the pride of our region. Among the thousands of Quebecers who navigate these waters each year, there are the fishermen looking for a tasty meal and those who appreciate quite simply the tranquility of floating along these waterways. There's something for everyone. If the minister has eliminated environmental protection afforded by the Navigable Waters Protection Act, why not protect our waterways?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would encourage the NDP to read the Navigable Waters Protection Act. If they tried to read the act, they would understand that this act seeks to protect navigation, and it ensures that boats and bridges can coexist on shared waters. That is the reason that the Act exists, and we will improve it.
For the Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they won't have to rewrite history on this question because it's about navigation. On Monday, the Premier of the Northwest Territories stated his government wasn't consulted before the Transport Minister removed the protections from most of the waterways in the north. If the Minister had consulted, he would have been told that removing the protection from the Hay River also means removing protection from the largest port facility in Canada's north. Since the Minister couldn't be bothered to consult with other Canadian governments, just who did he consult with before acting in such a ham-fisted manner?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Navigable Waterways Act is about navigation. It's always been about navigation. Let me share with the member some of what other people have had to say. The federal Canadian municipalities, the changes will allow local governments to spend less time processing paperwork for small and low-risk public work projects by reducing redundancies, red tape, and project delays, results that end up in higher costs for everyone. The Construction Association, wow, if I had time, I could read them. The Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, fantastic quote. Former Premier of BC, Gordon Campbell, is really thrilled about.
Questions and comment. The honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
The Arctic Council is the leading intergovernmental forum which Canada advances its Arctic foreign policy and promotes national interest. In May 2013, Canada will take over chairmanship of the Arctic Council. Because the Arctic is fundamental to Canada's national identity, it will be important for Northerners to have a voice in setting our Arctic Council priorities. Can the Minister please update this House on how our Conservative government is engaging Northerners on this key initiative?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague from Niagara West and Glenbrook for that great question. As a proud Northerner, I'm happy to be part of a government that is committed to helping the North reach its true and prosperous potential. Starting tomorrow, in my home territory of Nunavut, I will be hosting a series of meetings with key Northern stakeholders to get their views on Canada's upcoming Arctic Council chairmanship. Our government will continue to work with Northerners to bring a strong, united voice for Canada to the international scene. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the World Economic Forum reports that Canada dropped 7 points and out of the top 20 nations in gender equality.
Gender win and society wins. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Lauzon, seconded by Mr. Cramp, moved that Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Accountability of Offenders, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. No. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the Recorder Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 31st, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. It being 2:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Clear this online questioning system, and they'll have to find out from the Minister of Immigration if they're admissible. I'd like to know how this helps tourism, and that's jobs.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans. Short answer, please.
Mr. Chairman, job creation is very important in this country, and the fact is, the proof's in the pudding. Since the depth of the recession, we have created over 820,000 new jobs. And as far as security measures crossing the border into Canada, quite frankly, any measure that brings more safety to our country and to our citizens, I will approve.
Resuming debate, the point of order, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Wander-Fugus, rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, clauses 264 to 268 related to changes to the Customs Act be removed from Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, and do compose Bill C-47, that Bill C-47 be entitled an act to amend the Customs Act, that Bill C-47 be deemed read a first time and printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, that Bill C-45 retain the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, that Bill C-45 be reprinted as amended, and that the law clerk and parliamentary council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are proposing this motion in order to make sure that the government's proposal to implement electronic travel authorization gets the full consideration it should have. The government has proposed that parts of the bill go to committee but not be able to be amended or voted upon separately. So this motion aims to correct that gap in having full debate and full consideration by providing a separate bill on this important matter.
Does the member have unanimous consent? He does not. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Try, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to C-45, the Budget Implementation Act 2. This is yet another massive omnibus budget bill, 414 pages in length, 516 separate clauses, amending more than 60 different laws. Mr. Speaker, it's simply too big for Parliament to consider properly in just a short period of time. It's the Conservatives are counting that on us rushing this through at record speed, and they're trying to avoid real scrutiny in this Parliament. The Conservatives are continuing their reckless abuse of power by using these huge omnibus bills and underhanded procedural manoeuvres to force unpopular policies through. And they're doing this despite public outcry from coast to coast to coast. They're using this so-called budget bill to gut the Navigable Waters Protection Act, redefine Aboriginal fisheries and amend the Indian Act without consulting First Nations communities, despite, in fact, the government's constitutional responsibility and duty to consult. They're using this so-called Budget Act to shield itself, the government, from lawsuits by creating loopholes in Canada's environmental laws and retroactively changing the Customs Act. They're eliminating the Hazardous Materials Information Review Commission and implementing an overhaul of the Canadian Grain Commission. These are just a few of the examples of elements of this bill that are significant and have nothing to do with the fiscal policy of the government, which is actually what a budget and a Budget Implementation Act ought to be focused on. Conservatives are rushing through these changes so that Canadians won't realize what has happened until it's too late. They've established a pattern of overwhelming our democratic system with overloaded budget bills that have nothing or little to do with the actual budgets themselves. Buried in these massive bills are a number of mistakes, in fact. In fact, the Conservatives are already using Bill C-45 to correct mistakes they made in C-38 last spring. The mistakes range from poorly written transition provisions in the new Environmental Assessment Law to reinserting protections in the Fisheries Act that were mistakenly or inadvertently erased, to clarifying rules for approving foreign investments in our banks. These were mistakes in Bill C-38 in the spring, and they slipped through the cracks because they were in a huge omnibus bill which denied Parliament the opportunity to thoroughly study and, more importantly, not just to study, but ultimately to vote on these changes individually. Now the Conservatives want to fix some of these mistakes with measures in yet another omnibus budget bill that they want to rush into law. Mr. Speaker, in this budget implementation bill, the Conservatives are breaking promises made in Budget 2012. The Conservatives want to use C-45, in fact, to break some of those to actually take public policy positions that are contrary to what was in the budget in 2012. It's a farce, in fact, when the Conservatives say that everything in Bill C-35 can be found in the budget. The reality is that some of what's in this legislation is completely opposite to what was promised in the budget of 2012. Page 146 of the budget states that, quote, over the next few years, the Canada Employment Insurance Financing Board will continue to set the rate for EI premiums. But C-45 explicitly gets rid of the board's authority to set EI rates. Another example, page 268 of the budget keeps the Hazardous Materials Information Review Commission, but C-45 actually eliminates the commission altogether. And we all remember how earlier this year the Conservatives broke their promise not to cut old age security. Now, it's also important to realize what's not in C-45. Despite the size and breadth of this omnibus budget bill and the promises it breaks, C-45 is remarkable as well for what it doesn't address. There's nothing in this bill to address some of the most serious challenges facing Canada. Canadians have identified growing income inequality as one of the biggest challenges facing the country. But there is nothing in Bill C-45 to address growing income gaps. There is nothing in C-45 to address growing gaps between the provinces. Canada's resource-driven recovery has increased, in fact, inequality between the regions in many ways. While it is positive that we have all these natural resources, they are largely concentrated in a couple of provinces, and the gap between those provinces in a global resource-driven recovery and the other provinces is growing. I'll give you an example. In a province like Alberta, they are increasing education spending dramatically, and I commend them for doing that. I think investing in education is a good thing. At the same time, in Nova Scotia, the provincial government is cutting funding for public education by 30%. So it's not just a question of income inequality, it's a question of equality of opportunity. And this is where we need a robust federal government that is working with the provinces, meeting with the provinces, and ensuring that we do not see today's income inequality become tomorrow's equality or inequality of opportunity. It's creating this growing divide between the provinces, or this growing divide between the provinces is a major issue in Canada. In the last 12 months, over 40% of Canada's new full-time jobs were in just 3 provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador. These are the provinces with the greatest wealth of natural resources. It's where you can find 40% of the new jobs, but only 15% of the population. Provinces without these resources are losing workers, are being forced to slash funding for social programs, and these are the programs, again, that ensure equality of opportunity for the next generation. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister said he would meet regularly with the Premiers to discuss these types of issues. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, that Ministers of Intergovernmental Affairs were senior members of the Cabinet. People like the Right Honourable Joe Clark served as an Intergovernmental Affairs Minister in the Mulroney government. We have the Stefan's riding. We had the Lucien Robillard as a former minister in the provincial government in Quebec, and the member for Saint Laurent Cartierville, a very senior expert on intergovernmental affairs and constitutional affairs, was a Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Under the Conservatives, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs is effectively a minister without portfolio. The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs does not have any standing in the Conservative government. And it's not just that is not purely a reflection of the current member or the current minister. It's a reflection of an attitude towards the provinces that pervades this government. The Prime Minister's refusal to meet with the Premiers, his my way or the highway approach, has created a vacuum of federal leadership on these issues. So once again, now we have a budget bill with no serious plan to work with the provinces on programs that would deal with issues like income inequality and the growing inequality of opportunity. Programs like a national early learning strategy or a national learning strategy or lifelong skills development strategy. Federal leadership, for instance, in working with the provinces to restore the honour of skilled trades, which is something that's incredibly important in Canada at a time when we have people without jobs and jobs without people. Despite the uncertainty of the economy and the enormity of the challenges we face as a nation, there is precious little in Bill C-45 to help create jobs of today and jobs of the future. In fact, this bill, or the spring budget bill, actually made income inequality worse, with cuts to OAS and to EI. And C-45 actually cuts the very programs that encourage job creation and help our economy grow. It cuts SR&ED tax credits, You know, when we've heard from industry, we've heard from the science community, we've heard from the biotech community, we've heard from the manufacturers that the SHRED program is important. The government actually cuts it. It kills the corporate mineral exploration and development tax credits, which is dangerously short-sighted at a time when it's difficult for the mining industry and junior mining industry to raise money these days. It also kills the Atlantic Investment Tax Credit for oil, gas, and mining at a time when the Atlantic Canadian economy is still facing significant challenges. It does nothing to address Canada's dangerously high levels of household debt. The fact that for every dollar of annual income, Canadian families have $1.61 of household debt. There is nothing to address these major and important issues that are actually related to the fiscal priorities of Canadians in this budget. Instead, they're addressing a whole budget vote. Instead, they're addressing a whole lot of other issues that have nothing to do with the fiscal reality of the country or the fiscal priorities of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I know that he follows these budgetary issues very closely. I'd like him, in fact, to talk about the consequences of the budget in the long term. Oftentimes, the government talks about the short term, and that's often the problem with politics. People have a short-term view, but I'd like my colleague to talk about the long-term consequences of the budget beyond 2015.
The député de King's Hants.
The Honourable Member for King's Hants. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I fear that the budget and the changes being made by the Conservative to the policies will give rise to greater inequality in Canada in the long term. Now, it's not just about an issue of income inequality for families. It's very important to consider the growing inequality of opportunity among regions, provinces, cities and rural areas, for example. For the Conservatives, that isn't an important issue. I agree with Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who has said that the matter is a very important one for Canada, that Canada needs to deal with the problem of inequality, because in the future, it will be very difficult for people because of inequality, and that we should take steps and action now. But the Conservative government is completely ignoring the issue.
Thanks, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always caught up in a discussion between the Liberals and NDPs on the whole idea of revenue from taxpayers. And I'm wondering if the member could perhaps give some advice to the NDP. In the previous session, of course, Canadians got a serious case of election indigestion with the proposed $15 billion carbon tax. Now the official opposition that's changed is proposing a $21 billion carbon tax. He, I'm sure, kept that out of his speech because that's not included in our low tax plan. What's his advice or postmortem going to be, since he couldn't move any farther to the left physically, his left, in this House of Commons after their carbon tax proposal in the last election? What advice does he have for the opposition? I'll let them talk amongst themselves.
The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
The Honourable Member sought my advice, so I'll give him my advice. My advice would be that the Honourable Member go to the Department of Finance website, go back to 2008 when the Conservative government's own Department of Finance website promised to do exactly what the New Democrat platform promised to do, and that is bring in a cap-and-trade system to Canada. So that would be my advice, is for those Conservative members to realize that before the NDP ever put a cap-and-trade system in their platform, Conservative government policy was to have a cap-and-trade system. But they didn't call it a carbon tax on everything. They called it a cap-and-trade system. And it was in there. It, in fact, is still on. Well, I say it's on their website. Probably there's some 19-year-old pimply-faced fella in the basement of Conservative Party headquarters working on taking it off right now. But so you know, some guy, he's just put down his HoC books, and he's you know, and he's rushing over to the computer, and he's going to try to eliminate the fact that the Conservatives had a big, fat carbon tax on everything. That was Conservative policy. That's where the NDP picked it up, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other nations have defined themselves by race and ethnicity. Not us. As former Prime Minister Laurier said, Canada is free, and freedom is its only nationality. Over a century, that freedom has allowed us to build the best place in the world in which to live, work, and raise a family. My purpose in this place has been to help make Canada the freest country in the world, where people are free to succeed, free to take responsibility for their own lives. Toward that goal, government should only do the things that people cannot do for themselves. It should do those things well, and it should leave the rest to free people to do on their own. This budget moves towards that principle. And the best example of how is the changes that it makes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. The purpose of that act was to protect navigation. That purpose includes allowing boats and bridges to coexist on shared waters. It ensures that if I build a bridge, Mr. Speaker, that it does not obstruct your ability to run your boat down the river. That's a role that citizens cannot govern on their own, and therefore government has a legitimate role to play in doing it. This act was written over 130 years ago, at a time when people actually traveled to work by canoe. Someone reminded me recently that the last Canadian to travel to work by canoe was Pierre Trudeau. But now we live in a different time. And over the course of time, this Act's tentacles have extended beyond its usefulness. It now applies to hundreds of tiny building projects that could never obstruct a boat, often on waterways where boats never travel in the first place. It literally extends to all waters in Canada that can float a canoe, including some brooks and streams that are only full for a few weeks during spring runoff. For example, the City of Moncton applied to build a culvert under the highway in Fox Creek, which is so small as to be practically unusable. This act and the approvals it requires delayed that construction for 8 months and resulted in extra costs to Moncton taxpayers. In Alberta, 80 cottagers on Lake Wabamun waited for as long as a year and a half for Transport Canada to approve small docks along the water's edge. Now, we're talking about simple docks, the kind that every Canadian kid has run 10 steps off and jumped into the lake. The delays, by the way, in these cases had nothing to do with environmental precautions. The Act does not even mention the word environment once. These delays were designed to ensure that the little cottage docks in Alberta and the tiny culvert in Moncton would not block shipping vessels from traveling down a waterway. Such delays, Mr. Speaker, are not only unnecessary, they take time from citizens money from taxpayers and public servants away from doing their real jobs. Focusing the Act on its real purpose will liberate entrepreneurs, property owners, and taxpayers from mindless red tape, while other acts that actually deal with the environment will continue to protect nature. It will help create a system of governance in this country that is lean and smart, not fat and dumb. It is instances like this that I'm reminded of the example set for us by some of our ancestors in this part of the country, one of them being D. Aubrey Moody, who just recently passed away at age 99, the founder of the township of Nepean and its former reeve. He set the gold standard for common sense government that maximized the freedom of its local citizenry. I'm reminded of the story of Jack May, who started an auto dealership on Highway 16 in Nepean in 1965. The reason he started it there is because he had spent 6 months fighting delays and red tape on the other side of the river in Gloucester. After his frustration had reached a boiling point, he crossed the river and he showed up on the reeve's doorstep Sunday morning. He got Aubrey Moody out of bed while the reeve was still wearing his pajamas. They sat down, and over coffee and breakfast, he told the reeve he wanted to start an auto dealership in the community. The next night, a few officials from the city and 1 or 2 lawyers from Jack May's business sat down over dinner and worked out the plans. And Tuesday morning, 48 hours after he had first met with the reeve, the shovel was in the ground and the dealership was under construction. You know something, Mr. Speaker? 47 years later, that same dealership is creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity right in the heart of my community. I share this story with you, Mr. Speaker, because it demonstrates that the obstacles of government can block our ability to achieve our full potential, and that common sense, lean, focused government can allow that potential to be unleashed once more. In this place, because it is a place of politics and government, we often forget the necessity to remain humble as in recognition that it is in fact the individual and the industry of Canada that creates the wealth of the land. And anyone who doubts the power of the individual in a free society need only reflect upon the story of the airplane. If you'd asked anyone at the beginning of the 20th century who would invent the first heavier-than-air, man-powered aircraft, you would have heard one name, Samuel Pierpont Langley. He was a senior secretary at the Smithsonian Institute, a brilliant scientist, a regular at the White House, best friends with Alexander Graham Bell, who had invented the telephone, and the recipient of the largest research grant in the history of the U.S. War Department, at the time $50,000 or $1.3 million in today's terms. But best of all for him, his only competition were a couple of brothers, middle-class brothers from Ohio, the Wright brothers. They had no contacts in government and therefore no government funds. They raised all their money through their bicycle repair shop. They had no post-secondary education. All their higher learning came from their father's modest home library. And, Mr. Speaker, they had no expectation of success. This was really a case of the rights versus might. So what happened? Langley spent his considerable sums on staff, advisors, traveling the world, meeting with important people, giving speeches, and developing theories. The Wrights, by contrast, developed their theories by watching birds, particularly gulls, in flight. They took these lessons and tested them in their homemade wind tunnel. which they built out of a wooden box with a gas-powered fan because they did not have electricity in their shed. They tested tiny little airplanes to develop their theories, which they then ran in their life-size gliders. One brother would be in the glider, another would run alongside. Mr. Speaker, in December of 1903, Langley launched his aircraft off the Potomac River near Washington, the capital of government. It shot straight up in the air and back down into the water, where it sunk to the bottom and lodged in mud. He gave up and declared his life a failure. A week later, the Wright brothers launched their aircraft. It too crashed, but they did not give up. In the next 48 hours, they rebuilt and launched the first ever man-powered aircraft in the history of in the history of humankind. This is the story of individual over the institution, of citizen over state, of practicality over pontification, of the rights over might. Since the birth of humankind, we have gazed up at the birds in a spirit of envy. And this story, this magical story of entrepreneurship, these brothers of modest means did what the mighty state could not: give man wings and make him fly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Although we're talking about the budget here, at any rate, the Parliamentary Secretary, or in fact the Minister of Finance, has said that everything in the budget is in C45. Now, when we had received information on C45, and when we asked where in the budget, in this budget that was widely advertised, were references dealing with the navigable waterways. We were referred to page 282 of the budget, and what it talks about there is Transport Canada, all of these amounts, and if you look at this line in this document on page 282, it talks about the impact and the advantages, the negative advantages for the environment. So I'd like to ask the member where in the budget we can find this business about the navigable waterways.
This is an act concerning jobs growth and long-term prosperity. When you have an act in place that prevents municipalities from carrying out basic local infrastructure construction in order to determine whether a shipping vessel can travel down a tiny ditch, then you obstruct the growth of you obstruct the creation of jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. We are removing unnecessary bureaucratic red tape that prevents entrepreneurs, like the one I mentioned earlier, from creating the prosperity of the land. And this is a difference between ourselves and the other side. We understand that every dollar the government spends must come out of the pockets of the person who earned it. If we can lower those costs, we can leave the dollars in the pockets of the entrepreneurs of our country. They will create the jobs, the growth, and the prosperity that we seek. Thank you.
Order. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, third reading, Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, accountability of offenders.
Mr. Lauzon, seconded by Mr. Cramp, moves that Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, accountability of offenders, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, finally we're at third reading of Bill C-350. And today I want to speak about my private member's bill, which will encourage accountability and responsibility in our federal offenders.
Yes.
This bill will help, Mr. Speaker, ensure that offenders are held accountable for the monetary debts they owe. And I think we can all agree that that should be done. As we have heard in committee, Bill C-350 raises important issues about the way in which offenders are held accountable for outstanding debts. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. The cost of crime is immense in our society, to the tune of $99.6 billion a year in both tangible and intangible costs. Mr. Speaker, that's not $99.6 million, that's $99.6 billion in tangible and intangible costs. What we have heard loud and clear from victims of crime, victims' families, and victims' advocacy groups is that offenders must be held accountable. We have heard these calls and we are responding to them with several legislative measures. We've supported legislation to address vexatious complaints. These offenders are overburden the complaint and grievance system with frivolous complaints. We have also introduced legislation to double the victim surcharge owed by offenders and to make the payment mandatory in every case and without exception. And while making the victim surcharge mandatory fulfills another of our commitments, we have the proper structure in place to ensure that it is paid. This is where Bill C-350 comes into play, Mr. Speaker. It will ensure that in cases where an offender is awarded money from a final decision by a court or a tribunal, it must first be distributed in priority order to fulfill outstanding debts to child and spousal support, restitution orders and victim surcharges, and any other amount owed as a result of a court judgment before any remainder goes to the offender. Mr. Speaker, we have seen strong support for this legislation from committee witnesses, including the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime. In her testimony, the Ombudsman clearly illustrated what this legislation will mean for victims of crime. She said, and I quote, "For victims of crime who have already experienced loss and trauma, the additional legal and financial burden of having to track down monies owed to them as a result of a crime committed against them can simply be overwhelming. This cannot and should not be reality. Victims do not deserve to be re-victimized. It is for this reason that measures that encourage the enforcement of the payment of restitution by offenders to victims are a necessary and welcome step forward." End quote. This then, Mr. Speaker, is really the aim of Bill C-350, to reduce the financial burden on victims of crime. Bill C-350 puts in place a structure that ensures that a monetary award from the Crown is first directed toward the offender's financial obligations outside the penitentiary walls. In particular, it will ensure that offenders are fulfilling their family responsibilities by continuing to pay court-ordered spousal or child support or by paying restitution orders and victim surcharges. I would like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the great work done in committee, whose members carried out a thoughtful and thorough study of the legislation in a non-partisan way, and I'm grateful for that, Mr. Speaker. Amendments put forward and subsequently passed in committee have served to strengthen and clarify the original bill. The amendment made at report stage further strengthened this bill's mandate as it adjusted the wording to ensure that common-law spouses are eligible to receive payments under the legislation. What the proposed bill does is address a very specific section of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Section 78, which addresses payments to offenders. What we are proposing, Mr. Speaker, are changes to the law to ensure that money owed to the offender is distributed to meet his or her financial obligations. And it is important to clarify that we are not talking about all monies. This legislation deals with only those specific cases in which an offender has successfully won a monetary award as a result of a final decision by a court or a tribunal. This could include a case against Correctional Service of Canada or another federal department. When this happens today, Mr. Speaker, the CSC or other federal department would pay out the reward directly to the offender. Of course, offenders are already obligated to pay their debts while in prison. Under the recently passed Safe Streets and Communities Act, they must participate fully in comprehensive correctional plan, which, among other things, includes addressing their court-ordered obligations. However, there is no law specifically ensuring that they honor these obligations. This legislation does just that, Mr. Speaker, and prioritizes child and spousal support. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the offenders' families are also victims. In many cases, the children or spouses of the offender face the strain of having lost the income of their partner and perhaps lack even the basic necessities. To promote accountability among the offender population and to ensure that victims and families of offenders are not further burdened, Bill C-350 will set out in law a means of ensuring offenders honor their obligations according to the set priorities for repayment. In this case, the award must be paid out in the following order of priority. A, any amount the offender owes as a result of a spousal or child support. B, any amount the offender owes as a result of a restitution order. C, any amount owed as a result of a victim surcharge. And D, any other amount owed by the offender as a result of a court judgment. Now, in committee, there were concerns raised regarding how this system of repayment might work in practice. Great, realistic concerns, Mr. Speaker. Amended wording now clarifies and addresses these concerns. First, as I mentioned earlier, it is now clear that this bill only applies to awards made as a result of a final decision of a court or a tribunal. It is also specifically noted that legal costs should be respected before the award is distributed. Next, the bill now specifically ensures that any monies owing to the offender under the Indian and Residential School Settlement Agreement is exempt from repayment under Bill C-350. We have also addressed concerns that the debt repayment priorities under Bill C-350 would override debts owed to the offender under the Income Tax Act or the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. A provision now exists in the bill that ensures it will not conflict with these or other similar federal statutes. Another key concern brought forward by witnesses in committee was that the bill was not entirely clear with respect to the role of the Correctional Service of Canada in the administration of this scheme. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what is the CSC's role in terms of collecting, maintaining and sharing information on offenders and their debt obligations? Furthermore, the bill was silent on issues of privacy, sharing of the offender's information, among other departments as needed. As it is now stated, the CSC will act as a repository for this information. In other words, the onus is on the creditor to provide the CSC with written notice of any debts owed by the offender as a result of judgments or orders, such as child support payments. In the event that the offender successfully sues and wins a monetary award from another federal department or agency, it would need to consult with CSC to determine if the individual is a federal offender. The CSC can then provide that department with information on any outstanding obligations of the offender. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-350 represents an important step forward in our progress to make offenders accountable and responsible to society. And isn't that what going to jail is all about, Mr. Speaker, is rehabilitating the offender. This Bill C-350 sends an important message to families, children, and most importantly, victims of crime, that we have not forgotten about them, Mr. Speaker. I hope that all members of this House can see the value and give me their support for my private member's Bill C-350. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Listening to the member's speech, and I want to first of all congratulate him on his great work. It seems to me that it has a dual purpose here, not just to do what our government has been doing, and that's making victims a top priority, but perhaps in the rehabilitation process for the offender to develop a sense of caring, compassion, an understanding for redressing the harm that that person may have caused. Can this member tell us whether that was something that he was thinking about when he was in the draft process of this bill?
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas West South Glengarry.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for this question, and I want to tell him my appreciation for the input he had into the drafting of this bill and the improvement of this bill. As I want to thank members on the other side of the aisle for doing the same. You're right. Our government, the priority, of course, in our justice system is victims. That is our priority, and we want to maintain that as a priority. But just as important is the hope of eliminating victims. And the way we can eliminate victims, Mr. Speaker, is by rehabilitating offenders. So by having offenders accept the responsibility, I think that's part of the rehabilitation. Everybody out in the public has to meet their obligations. Well, you know what? Too often when people go to prison, they're obligation-free. And, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-350 will ensure that the offender, while he is incarcerated, will accept his responsibilities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the member from northeastern Ontario if he thinks it's proper for MPs to award Queen's Diamond Jubilee medals to criminals.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? I am so pleased with my Bill C-350. I get a chance here to not only speak to it for 15 minutes, but to reply to questions for 5 minutes. And it's important that we the previous question talked about victims, but also talked about rehabilitation. And I had more to say about rehabilitation, Mr. Speaker, and this question allows me the chance to do that. Every offender is subject to rehabilitation. Every offender can be rehabilitated. And we have to give them every opportunity to become rehabilitated. The way we do that, Mr. Speaker, part of the way we do that is to get them to accept their responsibility. And having people live up to their financial obligations, if they get an award, is, of course, part of living up to your responsibility. So I thank my honourable colleague for the opportunity to reiterate that, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanda-Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak at third reading on Bill C-350, and I'm pleased to reaffirm the NDP will be supporting this bill on the final vote. This is a bill which has the worthy objective of supporting offenders and taking responsibility for the consequences of their actions. Let me stress, however, before we give the wrong impression to the public, this is a very narrow bill that will affect only a very small group of offenders. It applies only to that small group who receive funds as a result of a court-ordered settlement against the Crown. During the course of the debate on this bill, no one has been able to provide us with an accurate number of those offenders who receive such settlements. But both the sponsor of the bill, the witnesses before committee, and the parliamentary secretary have all assured us that this number is very, very low. So from the beginning on this side of the House, we have said the bill sets out an order of priorities for dispersing such funds, limited as they might be. It's an order that we can support. And that priority is, first of all, spousal and child support. And I was very pleased to hear the honourable member acknowledge that there are, in addition to the direct victims of crime, often other indirect victims, which are the families and children of those who commit criminal acts, who often lose their main source of income and then end up losing their housing, losing all kinds of other things through no fault of their own. The second is for payments to victims as a result of restitution orders. And, of course, on this side of the House, we've always supported offenders having to fulfill their duties under restitution orders. Absolutely. Third is payments of any victim surcharges owing. And fourth is finally payment of any civil judgments against the offender. So we can support this order of priority, and for that reason we can support this bill. Obviously, getting additional resources to victims and to families of offenders who both often find themselves in dire straits as a result of criminal acts is a good thing to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, good thing.
Yet we still have some doubts about the constitutionality of this bill, in respect to federal-provincial jurisdiction. We are supporting the bill based on the assurances from the government as to the legal advice they've received on this point, but we do expect to hear further from the provinces on this point, perhaps in debate in the Senate. We in the NDP would not be supporting this bill had not the government agreed to bring forth one very important amendment, and that amendment, which we originally proposed in committee, was to exempt payments from the Crown made under the Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement. Right. We felt it was very important to recognize that those Aboriginal people who might receive payments as a result of abuse suffered in residential schools would be re-victimized if such payments were taken from one victim and transferred to another.
That would be wrong.
We must recognize that the experience of physical, psychological, and sexual abuse in the residential schools was very often the source of the involvement of those offenders with the legal system in the first place. So we are supporting this bill, recognizing its good intentions. We are cognizant of its very limited scope in providing assistance to victims. And while we appreciate the government's support for this private member's bill, we would call on the government to turn its attention now to the full recommendations of the Victims' Ombudsman from last February. Not just the increase to the victim surcharge that's before the House now, not just this bill, but the full range of those recommendations from the Victims' Ombudsman. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude today by saying that we will be voting for this bill with a full knowledge that at best it will make only a small contribution to repairing the damage resulting from criminal acts. We do so while continuing to look forward to seeing further initiatives from this government to provide more extensive and more effective assistance to victims of crime. Thank you.
Bravo.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in the debate on C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act on accountability of offenders. This is a particularly timely debate as the Justice and Human Rights Committee, upon which I sit, continues its deliberations in the matter of C-37, the Increasing Offenders Accountability for Victims Act. I'll organize my remark today around two themes. First, I'll address where this bill fits within the government's overall approach to crime and justice. Second, I will address the specific critiques I have of this legislation, particularly from a law and poverty perspective. May I state parenthetically, Mr. Speaker, I began my law teaching career some 42 years ago with the teaching in the area of law and poverty, and one of the first books I co-edited was one precisely titled Law and Poverty. The common thread of both C-37 and C-350, legislation proposed by government members, is that they both seek to address the accountability of offenders through financial obligations on or after sentencing. Bill C-37 proposes to double the victim's surcharge and make it mandatory. Bill C-350 proposes to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to provide that any monetary amount awarded to an offender pursuant to a legal action or proceeding against the Crown must be paid to victims and other designated beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, it bears repeating that all parties agree on the objectives of these two pieces of legislation, namely that offenders must be held accountable for their acts, that restitution must be made, and it is an objective of the sentencing process outlined in the Criminal Code itself. The Criminal Code, however, provides other purposes in sentencing, and I believe that Section 718 of the Code bears repeating for the benefit of colleagues and those hearing these debates. It states, and I quote, "The fundamental purpose of sentencing is to contribute, along with crime prevention initiatives, to respect for the law and the maintenance of a just, peaceful, and safe society by imposing just sanctions," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I pause here in my reading of this section to note that the Criminal Code places sentencing efforts alongside crime prevention initiatives. Indeed, the two are given equal footing. Regrettably, while we have a steady stream of legislation from the government with respect to increasing and indeed enhancing sentencing, particularly in regard to imposing mandatory minimum penalties and the like, we have seen very little with respect to crime prevention. Indeed, both Bill C-37 and the bill before us now, C-350, can hardly be said to be preventative measures, an issue that I will address shortly. May I excerpt further from the Criminal Code, Mr. Speaker, which speaks of the purpose of sanctions being, and I quote, "Just sanctions have one or more of the following objectives: A, to denounce unlawful conduct; B, to deter the offender and other persons from committing offences; C, to separate offenders from society where necessary; D, to assist in rehabilitating offenders, E, to provide reparations for harm done by victims to the community, and finally, to promote a sense of responsibility in offenders and acknowledgement of the harm done to victims and to the community. Mr. Speaker, I realize that it is not the preferred practice for members to read excerpts from statutory text. However, it may well be necessary in this case to illustrate that the objective here, in the bill's own words, increasing accountability of offenders, or in the language of the Code, promoting a sense of responsibility in offenders and acknowledging the harm done, is the sixth and final objective in sentencing. This is not to say that this objective is not worthwhile or that it ought not to be pursued. Rather, it is simply to note that it ought to be pursued alongside or together with the other objectives expressly mentioned in the Code. Again, while we have seen many pieces of government legislation that address accountability, we do not see any, for example, with respect to the objective of the rehabilitation of offenders, despite the fact that the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry characterizes legislation as dealing with rehabilitation, but in fact it ignores the whole issue of rehabilitation. This is where I believe the government's approach to criminal law policy is particularly problematic. They propose, and often in piecemeal fashion at that, provisions pertaining solely to one objective, thereby missing an opportunity to develop a holistic and integrative approach to criminal law policy, one that addresses not only what to do after the fact, after the offences occur, but no less important, why people commit crimes, and in particular, how they can be prevented from committing those crimes, the whole with a view to protecting public safety and to preventing the victimization to begin with. We are all in favour of concern for and protecting the rights of victims, but our objective must be to prevent the victimization and the crime to begin with. In debates over C-37 and C-350, government members speak of the deterrent objectives of these pieces of legislation. As I have noted in this House before, it is difficult to imagine that an offender would otherwise commit an offence would somehow desist from doing so upon being informed of either a victim's surcharge or priority system of extinguishing debts once incarcerated. Again, addressing offenders after the fact ignores crime prevention as a necessary element of any criminal law policy. Moreover, doing so by financial measures alone does not assist with rehabilitation, as I mentioned, again this being an essential element of any criminal justice agenda. Turning now to the specifics of the bill before us, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-350 establishes that before an inmate can make use of any financial compensation gained as a result of a court proceeding against the Crown, certain groups must receive payment first. It thereby establishes a priority or debt repayment program. The first is paid to outstanding spousal or child support, followed by outstanding debt or restitution owed to the victim, such as for therapy or medical bills. Third is a debt owed to third parties who acted in good faith, followed by any victim's surcharge imposed during sentencing. Subsequently, the priorities to debts owed by the offender as a result of any other court case, whether civil or criminal, and only after these conditions are satisfied may the offender receive the monetary reward for use at his or her discretion. The government has framed this legislation in terms of supporting victims. Again, and it must be reaffirmed, something that all parties support and stand behind. And indeed, this was a central theme of my own tenure as Minister of Justice, noting the need to fund restitution orders, which a court may impose to address, for example, damage to or loss of destruction of a person's property or bodily or psychological harm to any person. The problem here, Mr. Speaker, is that when it comes to the impecunious offender, courts have noted this concern in relation to restitution, such as the Ontario Court of Appeal in Aaron Scherer, wherein the court found, and I quote, "It may be that in some cases it would be inappropriate and undesirable to make a compensation order in an amount that is unrealistic to think the accused could ever discharge." The reason for this, Mr. Speaker, is in part what the Manitoba Court of Appeal found in Aaron Siemens, and again I quote, "The impact of a restitution order upon the chances of rehabilitation of the accused, either pro or con, is a factor to be considered. A compensation order which would ruin the accused financially, thus impairing his chances of rehabilitation, should not be imposed." Unquote. As such, Mr. Speaker, I am particularly concerned about the impact of this legislation on those who may be of limited financial means. Directing funds from an award may impact upon the rehabilitation of an offender. In this regard, discretion should have been built into the legislation before us. Moreover, in the case of those with no means, it is unclear how this legislation, in fact, serves the purposes of offender accountability. Simply put, if someone cannot afford any of the fines levied, this legislation does not achieve its objective. Here, and also in respect of C-37, it is important to recall the words of the Supreme Court of Canada in R and Wu, and I quote, "It is irrational to imprison an offender who does not have the capacity to pay on the basis that imprisonment will force him or her to pay. For the impecunious offenders, imprisonment in default of payment of a fine is not an alternative punishment. He or she does not have any real choice in the matter," unquote. Again, as I noted in my generic critique of the government's justice agenda, not enough focus is being placed on prevention and tackling the underlying causes of crimes, chief among them being poverty. In my limited time remaining, Mr. Speaker, I'll briefly outline additional concerns with this legislation, many of which were raised in committee and might be raised in the other place. First is whether or not this bill is constitutional from a federalism perspective, and reference has been made to this by my NDP colleagues, so I will refrain from enlarging on this point. Second, the bill does not address what happens to these payments in cases of wrongful conviction, an issue which I was preoccupied with as Minister of Justice and appreciate this concern. Third and finally, there is a concern that this legislation may deter inmates from taking action against the Crown when there are legitimate grounds to do so in cases of prisoner abuse, because they would not be able to use the award as they see fit. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, while we as a Liberal Party support the intent of the bill, we feel that this bill and these concerns must be addressed further so as to achieve the objectives of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate with his 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to summarize our debate here on Bill C-350. You know, when I first introduced Bill C-350, Mr. Speaker, I said it was common sense. And I still maintain the more we've studied it, it's gone to committee, etc., the more I believe that Bill C-350 is just good, honest, old-fashioned common sense. Mr. Speaker, my NDP colleague mentioned something about good intentions in the bill. Well, yes, the bill is one of good intentions, because we have the intentions here on this side, and I personally have the intention to look after victims. I was a victim of crime once, and I understand the pain and the anguish that you and your family can go through when you're a victim of crime. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the victim is also the offender in some cases, because maybe the offender, for a variety of reasons, ended up being an offender to start with. Well, many offenders have gone through their whole life without ever having to face responsibility. Finally, if that is the case, finally, under C-350, when they're incarcerated and they do happen to come into a few dollars, they will have the opportunity to live up to their responsibility and, in fact, be able to accept it. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-350, I sense that we've got support for Bill C-350 in this House, and I'm very encouraged by this because I think it's a win-win. The victims win, the offenders.
Women are underrepresented in this House, on corporate boards, and too many still make less than their male counterparts for work of equal value. It doesn't help when the minister responsible for gender equality votes to reopen the abortion debate. Isn't the minister ashamed that Canada's position has dropped under her watch to the point where we are behind Nicaragua when it comes to gender equality?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would bring to the honourable member's attention another recent report by Trust Law that ranks Canada as the best G20 country in the world to be a woman. But the member opposite fails to recognize that Canada's overall score in the World Economic Forum report has gone up since our government took office. I call on the member opposite to join us in celebrating our successes and working hard to promote women's equality in Canada and around the world.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, yet more bad news bearing the Conservative government's stamp. 33 people will lose their job at the Shawinigan Tax Centre and 22 others at the Jonquière offices of Revenue Canada, which is a blow for the local economies in both cities. To add insult to injury, the jobs in question and concern the archiving of personal and corporate income tax returns. This news is not good for the protection of Canada's personal information, Mr. Speaker. Are the Conservatives going to privatize the archiving of personal income tax returns?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Our government's top priority is the economy, and that includes making sure that we spend our monies wisely, our Canadian taxpayer dollars. And this change will ensure the privacy and the security of taxpayers' records, and will do so at a lower cost. And we must ensure taxpayers' money is spent where it will do the most good as more Canadians move to our electronic services. Our government is committed to supporting CRA and offering Canadians a high level of service while ensuring the integrity of the tax system.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard many heartbreaking stories from Canadians across the country that have been the victims of marriage fraud. They have told me that they clearly want us to put a stop to those who lie and cheat just to jump the immigration queue. This is not only emotional, but the financial consequences faced by the victims can be very devastating. Can the hard-working parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Immigration please update this House on what our government, the actions our government is taking to put a stop to these scams? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Here's my hard work. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Richmond Hill for his tremendous contribution to the Standing Committee on Citizenship, Immigration and Multiculturalism. Starting today, Mr. Speaker, newly sponsored spouses will have to live with their sponsor for 2 years, or they could lose their status in Canada. This will put a stop to fraudsters leaving their Canadian spouse the moment they receive permanent residence status, leaving them heartbroken and many times in severe financial debt. And don't just have to ask this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. This has been praised by the Canadians Against Immigration Fraud and the Canadian Marriage Fraud Victims Society.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all glad that the federal government is recognizing the importance of infrastructure investment for snowmobilers in Quebec. I'm sure the minister knows over 168,000 Ontarians are members of a snowmobile club, generating an estimated $1.2 billion. Snowmobiling is important to Northern Ontario. Will the Conservatives ensure the good people of Northern Ontario receive their fair share of snowmobile funding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Northern Ontario for talking about just one of a number of passions that we have in Northern Ontario. I know one thing we don't have a passion for, Mr. Speaker, and that is to have a $21.5 billion carbon tax, which will increase our cost of living, Mr. Speaker, stifle small business, and put major projects, whether it's snowmobile trails or the Ring of Fire, simply out of reach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2010, the Prime Minister said this, quote, "In future, should provincial actions cause significant legal obligations for Canada, the Government of Canada will create a mechanism so that it can reclaim monies lost through international trade processes." Now that Canada is opening up a whole new area of potential claims against Canada from the Canada-China Investment Treaty, I'd like to be updated on what the Prime Minister plans to do to claim millions back lost in arbitrations with China.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I thank the Leader of the Green Party for her question on this issue. It's good to see a recognition that what the opportunity of this agreement is to protect Canadian investors. For many years, the Liberal Party, who interestingly were asking questions about this after not having done anything to protect Canadian investors and businesses in China for some 13 years, we now have, in contrast to their record, an agreement in place that will protect Canadian investors, will protect their efforts to do business in China, to make to create success, economic growth, and prosperity and jobs back here at home.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable House Leader missed the point of my question. I accept that Canadian businesses operating in China are marginally better off, but the public interest in Canada, indeed, decisions at the municipal level, provincial level, and federal level can be challenged by China if China finds them arbitrary. That's why the city of Port Alberni today wrote the Prime Minister to ask this agreement to be stopped. And the Prime Minister plans to go after the provinces to claw back millions that should never be open to claims by state-owned enterprises of China.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Green Party, in quoting the Prime Minister, is referring to comments that arise out of World Trade Organization matters, not out of this Foreign Investment Protection Agreement. But Chinese investors in Canada for years have been able to rely on the Canadian rule of law. Now, finally, Canadians will be able to rely on this agreement to protect their investments, and that's the reason why we've moved forward with this to protect Canadians and their investments.
This concludes question period for today. Somebody rising on a point of order? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable House Leader misspoke. I think the record should be corrected. The matter in which the Prime Minister spoke was a Chapter 11 of NAFTA suit, nothing whatsoever to do with the World Trade Organization, exactly like this agreement.
I believe this is a point of debate rather than a point of order. The tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, clauses 351 to 410 related to changes in the Canada Grain Act be removed from Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, and do compose Bill C-47. And that Bill C-47 be entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Grain Act, that Bill C-47 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, that Bill C-45 retain the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, that Bill C-45 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing this particular motion so that indeed we can then not only study an act to change the Grain Act, but indeed will vote on it as a separate entity, unlike what the government did with the Canadian Wheat Board Act, where they denied farmers the ability to vote on whether they wish to keep it or not. We would indeed be then voting on behalf of farmers on the Grain Act and the Grain Act alone, so that they actually knew what we were doing, who opposed them, and who actually stood for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member from Welland have unanimous consent? He does not. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member from Prince George Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have several hundred names from central British Columbia, including my riding, where these petitioners call on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions. Two of them call upon the House to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code. The third one calls on the Government of Canada to reconsider the decision to cancel the Community Access Program, and these are from constituents primarily of the Minister of Agriculture's constituency.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present two petitions signed by 34 constituents of mine from towns in Alberta in my constituency, including Chestermere, Langdon, Calgary, and Rocky View. They call on Parliament to look into the definition of a human being. According to the current legislation, a child does not become human until the moment of complete birth. They would like Section 223 of the Canadian Criminal Code to be amended in order to confirm that every human being is recognized to be a human being by Canadian law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have another petition today with respect to the Prairie Shelter Belt program and the federal tree farm located at Indian Head. These petitioners are from many places across Saskatchewan, Gull Lake, Hazelet, Newdorf, Kalali, Lemberg, many other places in the province. The petitioners are calling on the federal government to change its position with respect to the tree farm and to maintain federal funding for the Shelter Belt program and the farm at Indian Head.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the task once again of presenting a petition from the residents of Timmins, Ontario and Kirkland, Quebec on the topic of the experimental lakes area, now well over 25,000 petitioners. In the 2012 budget, the government made the ill-advised decision to close the ELA, one of the world's leading freshwater research stations, depriving Canadians of groundbreaking scientific advancements that it provided. These petitioners call on us parliamentarians to reverse that decision to close the ELA, as well as to continue to provide staff and financial support for this important Canadian institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present two petitions. This one is from residents of Burnaby, Vancouver, and other areas of the lower mainland of British Columbia, calling on this House to take action to put forward legislation to ensure that the coastlines of British Columbia are never subjected to supertankers carrying bitumen crude or other forms of crude oil. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is very timely. It's from residents of Nanaimo, Vancouver, and Toronto. As I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, 1 week from today, a mere 7 days before the Prime Minister is entitled by himself in a closed room somewhere to approve the Canada-China Investment Treaty, to ratify it, these petitioners call on this House to take every step possible to stop ratification.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to present two petitions today. The first petition is about environmental sensitivities, and the petitioners point out that this is a chronic condition that affects multiple body systems. It can develop in people of all ages. And they also note that there's very limited awareness and education of this medical condition in Canada. So they're asking the House of Commons to declare May as the month of awareness and education on environmental sensitivities in Canada, and to declare May 12th as Environmental Sensitivities Day in Canada, and join the ranks of other countries who are providing health and social services to their citizens who suffer from this medical condition. Petitioners and I look forward to the Minister's response. My second petition is about Save the Experimental Lakes area, and the petitioners note that since 1968, ELA has been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments that have been critical in shaping environmental policy and understanding human impacts on lakes and fishes. So they're asking the government to reverse the decision to close ELA research stations and to continue to staff and provide financial resources to ELA at current or higher levels of commitment. The petitioners and I look forward to the Minister's response.
Presentation de petition honorable.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present this petition on the Experimental Lakes region, a very important jewel. We have an international reputation based on research conducted over the years. It would be disastrous to put an end to that research. It belongs to all Canadians. Public research that enables us to preserve and better understand Canada's greatest resource, water from our lakes, rivers, and all waterways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition from my constituents of Okanagan-Shuswap calling upon Parliament to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as a human by Section 223 of the Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 839,
866 and 868. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q 822, 848, and 860 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q 822, Q 848, and Q 860 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. At this point, I would like to return to the question of privilege raised yesterday after question period by the member for Vancouver Kingsway regarding actions taken by the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex, into which a number of other members also intervened. Le député de Vancouver.
The member for Vancouver Kingsway stated that the fact that thousands of emails were directed by the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex into his personal email account made it impossible to use his account, and that the situation hindered his ability to fulfill his duties as a member of Parliament.
Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex rose in the House to indicate that it was an error on the part of his office to have directed the emails in question to the member's personal account instead of his public account, that it had been accidental and not intentional, and he apologized to the member for Vancouver Kingsway. I would like to thank the member for having done so, and in the light of his intervention, I consider the matter closed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Of Bill C-45, Jobs and Growth Act 2012.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a great honour and privilege for me to rise in the House today and speak about jobs and growth as it relates to our budget 2012. Bill C-45 is a continuation of our roadmap for economic success. Canada leads the way as a stable financial leader, one of the strongest amongst the G7. Canada is a better place to do business. In fact, it is outperforming the United States and most countries around the world. Our lower taxes make it possible for businesses to create jobs, especially in these difficult times. Speaking of creating jobs, Mr. Speaker, the budget measures being debated this week do just that. Our government intends to renew the hiring credit through this act for yet another year. As I heard from business owners in my riding, the hiring credit is very important for job creation. The opposition does not support our budget and will therefore vote against this important hiring credit, which helps local businesses in my riding of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, and a total of 534,000 employers across Canada last year. Budget 2012 and the hiring credit rewards those who create jobs. That is particularly important in a rural riding such as mine. If we want people to move their families into rural areas and to remain in rural areas, we must ensure there are existing jobs and, of course, many new jobs, many new jobs. Often people forget that farms are important businesses in the rural areas. In my rural riding, we have a high volume of agricultural businesses. I have heard from the farming community that the hiring credit is particularly good news for farm operations that are looking to expand. Nous savons tous.
We all know that it's essential to have healthy businesses to ensure prosperity in our communities and in the country. In addition to being a source of revenue for Canadians, companies that provide services that are absolutely essential and that serve to stimulate the economy. They also enable workers to put food on their plates for their families. With the budget 2012, the Conservative government continues to support families and small businesses. Extending the tax credit for hiring is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, our budget contains a host of other economic measures for taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. I sincerely hope that the opposition will acknowledge the advantages that our budget will provide to ordinary Canadians.
It will also help Canadians to save for retirement through the implementation of a tax framework for pooled registered pension plans.
We as Conservatives are committed to helping Canadians save for their retirement, especially Canadians who do not have access to pension plans. Our framework provides a viable retirement savings option for these Canadians who currently do not have access to a workplace pension plan. Pension plans are an important investment for Canadians to have, and Canadians deserve quality options like the pooled registered pension plan when it comes to saving for the future. This is one of the many reasons why the opposition should be showing their support for Bill C-45. We also want to support Canadians with severe disabilities and their families by improving the Registered Disability Savings Plan. The RDSP is widely regarded as a major policy innovation and positive development in helping to ensure the long-term financial security of children with severe disabilities, an initiative delivered by our Conservative government. The improvements in our budget are the result of extensive consultations with Canadians. Consultations were held with representatives from disability groups, financial institutions, and provincial and territorial governments, including public guardians and trustees. Based on the feedback, a number of positive changes are being proposed that will improve the current system for families with members who have disabilities. Nous sommes nombreux.
As many of us know, a disability involves many consequences, not just physical, but also emotional and financial, because these families struggle to make their homes and their environment safer and more accessible and to provide the best possible future. Financial support is therefore key to those families. Our support reflects the fact that our government understands the needs of Canadians with disabilities.
Reward Canadians for realizing their full potential and having given individuals and families the flexibility to make the choices that are right for them. I must point out that this has actually been a strong trend within our Conservative government. In total, under our government, we have introduced more than 140 tax relief measures since 2006. And as a result, the average family of four in Canada is saving more than $3,100 per year in taxes. Seniors and pensioners are receiving about $2.5 billion in targeted tax relief for 2012-13 fiscal year. Due to measures taken since 2006, more than 1 million low-income Canadians, including about 380,000 seniors, have been removed from the tax rolls in 2012. The federal tax burden for all Canadians is now the lowest it has been in 50 years. It is through the implementation of further measures included in our Jobs and Growth Act that we will keep taxes low for families and individuals. And Mr. Speaker, I simply must point out that here in the House, we are the only party that advocates for low taxes for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture, I regularly sit down with farmers from across Canada. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, since 2006, the Conservative government has been working very hard for farmers. Thanks to our hard work and ongoing efforts, and the efforts of our Agriculture Minister, the Canadian farming industry is now much more solid, and farmers have greatly benefited from this. As Parliamentary Secretary and as a member from a riding with a lot of farmers in it, I myself have seen firsthand the results of the many farming measures passed by the Conservatives over the past 6 years. And in our last budget, the 2012 budget, of course, we will continue to support farmers.
Modernize the grain sector in Canada and to keep our economy strong. We have brought in marketing freedom, and the next step is to renew the Grain Commission. This hasn't been done in 40 years, and now it is definitely time to remove the red tape and unnecessary expenses for our farmers. The changes in this Act will eliminate about $20 million in unnecessary costs from the grain handling system, costs which are ultimately passed down to farmers. And our Conservative government is doing everything it can to reduce costs for all Canadians. Although it was supposed to be debated along with all other great measures in our Jobs and Growth Act this week, the changes we proposed to our MP pension plan have already passed with support from all parties. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of the approved changes for the Canadian taxpayer as they are part of our 2012 budget. It is worth noting that Canadians know the importance of living within their means, and they expect the government, MPs, and public servants to do the same. That is why the government is committed to managing public finances in a sustainable and responsible way, and why we are willing to set the example.
Over this 5-year period, members will see their contributions to their pensions raised from 14 to 50%. So there will be a 50-50 sharing of costs by then. By 2017, members will be spending from our contributions will go from $11,000 to $38,000 for our pensions. That means huge savings for Canadian taxpayers. In addition, the retirement age for MPs, or the time at which they can collect their full pension, will go from 55 to 65 by 2016.
Employees will go from paying 37% of their pensions to 50% by 2017. The age of retirement for new federal workers will also increase from 60 to 65 years of age. These important changes not only ensure the public sector and MPs are paying their fair share, but will result in billions of dollars in savings. By 2017, the changes to MP pensions and to the 420,000 strong public sector pension regime will bring total cumulative savings to $2.6 billion in taxpayer dollars. Now, I urge the opposition to view the other budget measures that we have drafted with as much energy and support as they did for the changes to the pension plans. We need to keep our country on the right track to full economic recovery, and that is what our budget will do. In summary, this budget is great news for my constituents. It is great news for all Canadians. It is a clear roadmap for economic success. Making decisions during challenging economic times involves making tough choices. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that our decisions are carefully considered, carefully made, with the priorities and the well-being of Canadians at the forefront. I urge the opposition to stop playing games with Canadians and the economy and to support the swift passage of this legislation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Member who's from the riding neighbouring mine talked about businesses and farmers, and he'll know that when budgets are tabled in this House that businesses look eagerly at them to see an economy's direction. Now, earlier today, my NDP colleague mentioned about $500 billion in dead money that's not being invested. The March 8th issue of The Economist said that the government, its focus on one sector of natural resources, oil and gas in particular, has caused investors to invest in storage and transport rather than machinery and equipment, which could lead to productivity gains. Growth is slowing. We're 152nd. We here in the NDP proposed for small businesses that they have a 9% tax rate. This government hasn't gone far enough. They've only lowered it to 11 for small businesses. And the uncertainty that's being proposed by this government is causing investors not to know where to put their money. It's causing oil and gas companies to have problems promoting their projects because we've reduced regulatory burden. As the member will know, the number 9 pipeline passes across his territory. And with uncertainty in this market, how will his citizens know that the government is overseeing this project properly? And how will investors know where to invest their money with this sort of convoluted budget that's been created?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it's an interesting question because it sort of ignores that right now Canada has one of the strongest economies in the world. This is recognized by countries around the world. And Mr. Speaker, this member is asking for lower tax rates. That's exactly what we did in previous budgets. We lowered the business tax rate for small, medium, and large businesses. This member and his party voted against all of that, Mr. Speaker. They also voted against tax savings for Canadians, for seniors, for children being involved in sports. Mr. Speaker, the list could go on. One thing I do want to say is that our businesses are contributing to the healthy economy here in Canada. And although the economy is strong, Mr. Speaker, it can be affected by external forces. Let me just conclude with some proof of how our businesses are helping our economy, Mr. Speaker. Over 800 net new jobs have been created here in Canada since 2009, and that is a tribute to our economic policies and to the businesses who are hiring Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
I was listening to the speech, and I've read the budget, of course, the Budget Implementation Act, but what seems to be missing is a promise from the 2008 Conservative platform. On page 23 of this platform, it says, a re-elected Conservative government led by Stephen Harper will prevent any company from exporting raw bitumen. Just wondering if the member can tell us if we might be...
Before I go to the Parliament Secretary, just remind all honourable members to not use the names of other members in the chamber, even if they are reading. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, to remind the House and Canadians, this member voted against that budget. His party voted against that budget. That budget passed with no help no thanks to the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I will say as well, though, that budget played a key role in the economic strength that Canada is enjoying today, and I think Canadians see that. Although they are optimistic about Canada's economy and about the strength of our economy, they know that we can be affected by what goes on in other countries. Mr. Speaker, this budget bill that's in front of the House right now is another step in the right direction to fortifying our economy here in Canada, and I just wish that this member and his colleagues would vote in favour of these economic policies that will make Canada even stronger.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no guts, no glory. That is the theme of my speech on the Budget Implementation Act. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer clearly stated that this bill will be a backward step in terms of employment. 43,000 jobs will be lost. Imagine. They're slamming on the brakes to our economy and making it even more fragile. And this is very sad. It's very significant because those 43,000 jobs, at least, are related to providing services directly to the public. We on this side of the House, and I'm sure government members recognize this too, every day in our offices we see the reductions to access in service to the public. So a person without internet access a person without any specific tax knowledge or financial savvy is basically abandoned and taken hostage by the incredible recessions or cuts, rather, to our public service. So when a person goes to fill out their tax return, they're not going to get the answers they need unless they resort to professional tax advisors, and which they have to pay for, or they might have to turn to a friend or family member. They might get some help there, but there might be mistakes made when you're relying on volunteers to help you with your tax return. So the government is cutting off tax services. And remember, we're talking about high-quality jobs serving the public. And I think it's outrageous that the government is treating those kinds of cuts so lightly. Mr. Speaker, in Beauport-Limoilou, I went through a very dramatic situation. A pulp and paper mill with 500 employees in 2003. And this speaks to the slack regulations that we have. A foreign buyer was able to basically sell off that plant. Now there are fewer than 300 employees in that plant, and the foreign buyer was able to liquidate essentially that company for his own benefit, for his own profit. And how are we to describe that kind of abandonment? What does it mean? Well, it's one sign among others that our economy has stalled, that things are going from bad to worse. My colleague talked about the $500 billion that the corporate sector has accumulated and is sitting on. We really can't criticize business for having accumulated that size of a buffer, that kind of a cushion, but there have been a lot of gratuitous slurs against us. But that $500 billion in dead money is a sign of this government's mismanagement. They're willfully blind in going about implementing their ideology without any attempt to verify that it's working on the ground on the facts. Another shocking thing about C-45, and I just have a small part of it here because you can't even get a staple through it. It's so thick. But when you look at the summaries, you'll see that there are a lot of sections of this bill that have absolutely nothing to do with the budget that was presented by the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, one might ask what Section 9, Part 4 is doing in this bill because it amends the Judges Act. There's another part that has to do with hazardous materials. Section 16, Part 4 has to do with the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Section 18, Part 4 amends the Navigable Waters Protection Act. There was a lot of talk about that, but it has nothing to do with the environmental repercussions because the Conservatives have, for a long time, slurred us. They prefer to turn a blind eye to reality. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use an image to illustrate the extent to which this government is acting in bad faith and is misleading all Canadians. Bill C-46 is, if I were to, it's like expecting your wife to sign a new marriage contract, a new will, new internet contract, new division of domestic tasks and so on, and then as if I said to her, look, darling, just say yes or no to the whole deal, the whole new deal. If you say no, that's really terrible. You're saying no to cleaning out the cat's litter box. That's what the government's doing here. They're imposing this on all the duly elected Democratic representatives here in the House. It's a trick. It's completely fabricated, and they want to claim the high ground, but it's a very facile victory they're seeking to achieve, and I really don't know what Canadian is going to admire that kind of tactic.
I think it's really unfortunate because a number of speakers on the other side have boasted about various benefits in the budget. There are a number of things in the budget that we could support quite easily, or we could seriously look at. But with regard to seriousness, we're going to have to forget about it. Every time we ask them a serious question about the fate of Canadians, we see them laughing, and the only thing they care about is themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, opacity, darkness is the shelter of the weak, and I would say that in my first election campaign, it was in 2006 in the great region of Quebec, on the South Shore in particular. And I have a memory of that election campaign, and that was the 5 times the Prime Minister came to the riding on a very nice day. A nice, responsible father, not threatening at all, and he made those promises. And he really pushed it by saying transparency and accountability over and over again. He had no shame in boasting about these things, and I really don't understand why, Mr. Speaker, because when we talk about this government's record over how long has it now been? Almost 6 years. Well, even more than that. I think it's almost 7 years. The record is quite mediocre. And what is quite interesting is that while the government, unbeknownst to most of the people, continues to work like this, it's going to leave us with a record that will be extremely difficult to deal with for future generations. It is no way too late to accept what the opposition has courteously put forward, that is to divide the bill, to conduct a very democratic and transparent open exercise, and above all one that is a courageous exercise. And I would call upon this government and all of the government members to have courage. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Official Opposition has made the following comment. The Conservatives will leave for future generations the largest economic, environmental, and social debt ever. And this bill, C-45, is the egregious proof of that. It is a budget that will do, as my colleague has just mentioned, which will cut in services to the public. We are creating a society where the gaps between the rich and the poor are increasing, and we are creating a society where a number of people will be marginalized. I would like my colleague to talk a bit more about that issue. I'd like to have his comments in that regard. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I want to thank my colleague from La Salle-Mard for that question, and I would like to give a little economy lesson. Why not lesson in morals, given what is happening? I think that a number of people have accepted what they've been told without understanding the context. You know, Mr. Speaker, in economics it's extremely important to consider all of the costs when you want to understand all of the consequences, all of the impacts of the actions taken. We're getting to internalize the costs, take into consideration the social, economic, and in fact all of the consequences. I was taking the example of the Seneca plant. When you have an investor who destroys an industry like that, this has a lot of consequences. There's a lot of money lost in the immediate community, and in this case, to benefit a New York multimillionaire who then goes off and spends the money during polo matches. But we have a wonderful caucus with a number of young MPs who have their entire future ahead of them, and by blindly refusing to internalize these costs, the young people, these people, will have to pay the costs, and this is very troubling. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Interest in the member's response. I find it ironic that somebody from the NDP would use the word morale, consequence, and business in the same response. Two words: carbon tax. Let's apply it to those three words. What has he got to say about the morale of Canadians wanting them to reach into their pockets and take $21.5 billion? What is the consequence going to be on Canadians and their bottom line? And what does he think the world of business thinks about this $21.5 billion carbon tax being applied in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague very much for asking that question, and I would have my Christian response. I am a Christian, a practicing Christian, and I will continue to teach a lesson. Canada doesn't operate in a vacuum. It's a country in a concert of nations, and while my colleague is completely refusing to consider the reality of climate change and accusing us or calling us all kinds of names, the Prime Minister also considered putting a price on carbon. But what is happening is we are making Canada be behind, and it will cost a great deal more than the supposed $21.5 billion. I'd like to ask my question, colleague, when the entrepreneurs have to close their doors in Asia, Africa, Europe, or in the rest of the Americas, what will he be able to tell those entrepreneurs and all the workers who will lose their jobs because of the government's lax attitude? It's terrible, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
On behalf of the good and wise people of Ottawa-Orleans, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-45, the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. Since our first election, 2,469 days ago, this government has made job creation, growth, and economic prosperity its top priorities. This is increasingly true in this 41st Parliament. Despite a weak and uncertain global economy and a sluggish recovery, 820,000 new jobs have been created in Canada since July 2009. Et malgré le bilan,
while the government has produced excellent results in terms of job creation and the economy, there is still much work to be done.
Help us continue this success and enable Canada to remain a global economic leader. While the government focuses on a plan to promote job creation through competitive taxes, the opposition is dreaming up schemes for higher taxation, as I mentioned in this House 9 days ago. For instance, a carbon tax on everything, taking $21 billion out of the pockets of hard-working Canadian taxpayers. Now, speaking of lower taxes from this side, this government has offered tax relief in 140 instances since 2006 and has reduced rates for people in the lowest tax brackets in particular. C'est comme ça.
That is how you help an entire country come out of a recession. The Jobs and Growth Act 2012 would stimulate the Canadian economy and create even more new jobs. And how? By extending the hiring credit for small business for another year. Small businesses are economic drivers for Canada and also for Ottawa-Orleans. Last year, this credit helped some 534,000 Canadians.
Very meticulous short print can receive a hiring credit of up to $1,000. Other measures will foster a healthy climate for job creation. They include promoting interprovincial trade, improving the legislative framework for Canada's financial institutions, facilitating cross-border travel, removing red tape and reducing fees for Canada's grain farmers, and supporting the country's commercial aviation sector. Au cours des derniers mois,
in recent months, shortly before the government released its Economic Action Plan 2012, scaremongers tried to stir up public fears about the government's proposed changes to Canada pension plans.
On January 9th, I wrote to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Finance, and the President of the Treasury Board, stating that, à mon avis,
in my view, it would be fair to change the benefits offered to our public servants yet to be hired. On the other hand, it would be wrong to change the conditions of employment retroactively. It certainly would be wrong to reduce the benefits of people who are already retired.
Which is available at my constituency office. The Prime Minister made it very clear when he wrote in his own hand, Royal, je suis d'accord avec vous.
Royal, I agree with you. No changes can be made retroactively.
That reply shows the wisdom and statesmanship of this Prime Minister, and he's kept his word. In fact, the only person who will be subject to retroactive reductions to his pension is the Prime Minister himself. This is yet another demonstration of his selflessness in the service of Canadians.
Yes, for sure.
Des mesures sans
The government has taken landmark action to ensure that the pension plans for members of this House and members of the other place and federal public servants are sustainable and financially responsible. These plans will be consistent with the pension products offered by other jurisdictions and will be fair relative to plans offered in the private sector.
Bill C-45 would amend the Public Service Superannuation Act so that contributors would pay no more than 50% of the current service cost of the pension plan by 2017. In addition, as of 2015, people entering the public service and future parliamentarians would be eligible for their pension at age 65 rather than the current age 55. Ainsi,
through changes to the pension plans for federal public servants and parliamentarians, the Government of Canada estimates it will save $2.6 billion over 5 years. That is a significant amount.
and let's remember, like the Old Age Security Program, there will be no retroactive changes to the Public Service Superannuation Act. None. Je suis intervenu, et le gouvernement
I personally intervened, and the government has listened.
House are leading by example. It is our duty to do so. La famille est au cœur des préoccupations.
Family. The government is focused on the needs of families.
Would improve the Registered Disability Savings Plan and help some of the most vulnerable people in society. As of January 1st, 2014, the income from a registered education savings plan for a child with a disability can be rolled over to a registered disability savings plan if the child has a severe and prolonged mental impairment and would likely be unable to pursue post-secondary studies. This initiative will offer more flexibility and options to families with a disabled child. Vous le savez sûrement.
As I'm sure you know, children's health is a subject close to my heart. On September 19th, I introduced Motion M319, which you unanimously approved. I was the sponsor. The motion encouraged the government to continue promoting healthy food choices among children as a way to address the serious issue of childhood obesity.
Action Plan 2012 proposes measures that support M319. Il aide à la promotion d'un mode.
It promotes a more active lifestyle for young people by continuing to support participation. This valuable organization works with provincial partners to provide community-based health and fitness programs.
This is just one of the many initiatives the government has introduced since 2006, such as the Children's Fitness Tax Credit and the Children's Arts Tax Credit that I had promoted.
Seniors play an important role in the lives of families and throughout the Orleans community. Just visit places like the Orleans Senior Center, the Roy G. Hobbs Senior Center, and others. And you'll see how much seniors still have to offer.
And sixth, the government has provided solid support to seniors through $2.5 billion in tax relief. In addition, 380,000 seniors no longer pay federal income tax. The government has also introduced pension income splitting. I'd worked closely with my colleagues on this issue. The Economic Action Plan 2012 also supports seniors through the Third Quarter Project, an initiative program that lets employers benefit from the experience of workers aged 50 and over who want to apply their skills in the labour market. In Ottawa's relatively low unemployment rate, employers can have a tough time finding employees with the right skills. Third Quarter, which has received $6 million in funding, can help companies here and across Canada find the people they need. Mr. Speaker, I get the signal that my time is running out, but there's so much that this budget document is presenting, and there are no surprises there. These are the issues that we fought the last election on. These are the issues that we voted on hours upon hours upon hours last June, and we are getting the job done.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the member opposite say that there was so much in this budget that is good. Why are they cutting debate on this budget if it's so good? I think they're cutting debate on this budget because there is so much that is not very good in this budget, they're afraid to talk about it.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is unfortunate that the honourable member is wasting his time to do things like that, because really what he should explain himself is his plan of adding $21.5 billion on a carbon tax.
It's right there on page 4 of their program, the program they fought on. And really, that's why they're stuck there in the opposition. The program we fought on actually resulted in the budget that was approved in this House last June, and that's where we're marching on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was glad to hear from the member from Ottawa Orleans both his speech and the response he just gave in respect to the $21.5 billion carbon tax that the NDP would like to implement. But I found his speech rather interesting, and the way he intertwined the importance of the national perspective that this economic plan, this strategy will have on the rest of the country. But he intertwined how the benefits were going to impact Ottawa Orleans. And I would like to ask him further as to how the benefits in this budget are going to impact the people of his community that he represents.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Ottawa-Orléans, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Ottawa Orleans is a riding that is quite lucky. We have one of the highest levels of income in Canada, one of the highest levels of education in Canada, and people in Ottawa Orleans like to do their share and participate. We also have one of the highest levels of volunteering in my riding, and I remember that a municipality in Alberta had already come to study how volunteering works in my riding, and in a few weeks I will have the opportunity to hand out the Queen's Jubilee medals, and we have 487 candidates. All of them deserve to win, and this really represents everyone being involved.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise something that I've discovered in Bill C-45, and I can't figure out what it has to jobs, growth, or the economy. So perhaps the honourable member can help me. It's creating a whole new barrier to tourism in Canada. It will require an electronic verification before anybody coming from a country that doesn't require a visa from the Government of Canada, before they can come for a visit, clarifying this is not people who are claiming refugee status, not people who say they want to be permanent residents. Any traveler who wants to visit Canada, say a British doctor who always has dreamed of crossing Canada by rail, first